Chapter 487. The battlefield was too big, and there were too many Uro soldiers. Lin Tian guessed that these people were all engraved with those vicious blood marks. If he had to remove these blood marks one by one, it would be too time-consuming. Therefore, he activated the Heavenly One Soul spell to the limit. With the support of the starry sky moon, he turned his soul power into moonlight that intertwined outside the moon. Then it spread out and enveloped all the Uro soldiers on the battlefield. Whoa! The silver light intertwined and poured down from the sky like water. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire battlefield. Facing the moonlight that was mixed with soul power, all the soldiers of Uru Kingdom stopped and trembled. Looking over, there was a faint blood-red light flickering from these soldiers, floating into the sky like mist. Lin Tian's expression was calm. After supporting the starry sky moon, he didn't move a single step. He just looked ahead, quietly. Behind him, everyone in the Northern Flame Nation camp was shocked. They were all stunned. The Uros stopped. The starry sky, the moon, the entire battlefield is illuminated. Everyone was shocked. This is a miracle, someone murmured. The appearance of a starry sky and the appearance of a bright moon in the sky illuminated the entire battlefield and stopped the soldiers of the Northern Flame Nation. This scene seriously impacted the visual nerves of the people of the Northern Flame Nation. In their eyes, this was like the manifestation of a god. Brother-in-law is like a god. Xian Chengyun stared. Ji Yuanshan and Zhu Yi, the two big shots of Beiyan, were also dumbfounded. At this moment, both of them were stunned. Not only them, but even Jiyu, who was at the peak of the sea of consciousness, was shocked. He looked at this scene in disbelief. In front of him, on the battlefield, Lin Tian's expression was calm. The Heavenly One Soul spell circulated faster, and the silver light of the moon became stronger. The tens of thousands of soldiers from the Uru Kingdom all trembled. Strands of blood-red light floated up from their bodies before disappearing into the sky. This process lasted for several dozen breaths of time. After several dozen breaths of time, the tens of thousands of people from the Uru Kingdom all trembled. Most of the evil aura on their bodies dissipated, and the battle intent in their eyes weakened greatly. Even so, these people still remembered that this was a battlefield. They remembered that they were fighting against the Northern Flame country. However, as they stared at Lin Tian and the moon above Lin Tian's head, they were filled with deep fear. A single person stood on the battlefield with the moon above his head, facing tens of thousands of people from Uros alone. He was simply a god. At this moment, none of the tens of thousands of people from Uros dared to charge forward. Lin Tian stared ahead and put away the starry sky moon. He could feel that the blood marks on these people's bodies had all shattered. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a slight shake, an immortal sword aura tore through the air and slashed down on the battlefield. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge ravine appeared on the horizon. All of you return. If you invade Northern Flame's territory again, kill, he said indifferently. These people were just ordinary soldiers of Euroa. They had been planted with blood marks and had come to the battlefield to kill enemies. He naturally wouldn't kill these ordinary people. He just wanted to intimidate them a little. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread far and wide, resounding throughout the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out a second time, leaving a huge ravine on the battlefield. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying power? The soldiers of Uros were all trembling in fear. Some of the generals in the lead trembled and ordered them to retreat. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of people were running wildly, throwing away their helmets and armors like stray dogs. In just a few dozen breaths, only Lin Tianyi was left on the battlefield. There was also a cloud of dust that had been stirred up by the battle. Behind them, in the Northern Flame camp, everyone's eyes were wide open. After who knew how much time had passed, someone roared out, incredibly excited. They retreated. Uros retreated. That's great. We won a battle. Many Northern Flame generals were excited. A few months ago, when Uros invaded, Northern Flame kept retreating and lost 13 cities in a row. Not long ago, the most prestigious general in the army, Ji Yuanshan, personally went to the battlefield to command the battle, but they still couldn't win a single battle. But now, Northern Flame had won a battle, and the soldiers of Uros fled in panic. Everyone was excited. Everyone stared ahead and looked at Lin Tian on the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with awe and fanaticism. He forced tens of thousands of Uros to retreat alone. He's a god. A miracle. It's a miracle. Everyone muttered to themselves, and many people clenched their fists. Not only these ordinary soldiers, but even Ji Yu, Xian Chenyan, Zhu Yi, and Ji Yuanshan were all stunned. Ji Yu, Xian Chenyan, and Zhu Yi. Although the three of them said that they believed in Lin Tian, they were still somewhat worried. But now, Lin Tian had really forced tens of thousands of enemies to retreat alone. This stunned the three of them. Great, great. Ji Yu laughed loudly. On the battlefield, Lin Tian turned around and walked towards the camp step by step. Let's go and welcome our hero, Zhu Yi shouted. Zhu Yi was now the emperor of Northern Flame. He stepped out of the camp and walked at the front. Ji Yuanshan was slightly behind him. Ji Yu, Xian Chenyan, and Ji Yuanshan walked together. Although Zhu Yi didn't care about the formalities, Ji Yuanshan and the other two knew what to do. Especially Ji Yuanshan, he was an old and loyal official. Some rules were very important to him. Soon, some people came out to welcome him. Lin Tian also walked back at this time. Lin Tian. Zhu Yi opened his mouth. After calling out these two words, he didn't know what to say. Only his eyes kept flickering. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You're like a god. Xian Chenyan's face was full of admiration. In Xian Chenyan's eyes, and in the eyes of others, using one's own body to support the moon and the stars was the work of a celestial. That's amazing, Ji said with a smile. A group of generals from the Northern Flame country also rushed out of the camp. There were also some ordinary soldiers from the Northern Flame country. All of them were looking at Lin Tian with reverence and fanaticism. They were practically surrounding Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded at Zhu Yi and the others. He smiled at Ji Yu and then looked at Ji Yuanshan. Old general. He stepped forward and bowed slightly in the manner of a junior. Good. Ji Yuanshan laughed. Although he was old, his body was still very strong. He was very happy to see Lin Tian. The group walked into the camp and entered a military tent. Brother-in-law, you're so cool, Xian Qingyun exclaimed from time to time. In the military tent, Lin Tian, Zhu Yi, Ji Yuanshan, Ji Yu, and Xian Qingyun were present and chatting. Zhu Yi and Ji Yuanshan were very happy to win the battle. Ji Yuanshan hadn't seen Ji Yu and Lin Tian for more than a year. He chatted a lot with them and asked about their cultivation in the sect. It was not until more than 2 hours later that he brought the topic back to the current battle. It's very troublesome. It's completely different from the battles I've experienced before. Speaking of this battle, even Ji Yuanshan, the ever-victorious general, frowned and shook his head from time to time. Old general, don't worry. Brother-in-law is here. With brother-in-law here, we'll definitely win this battle. Xian Qingyun waved his hand heroically. Ji nodded and said softly, Grandpa, don't worry. Lin Tian can do it. She didn't have any doubts about Xian Qingyun calling Lin Tian brother-in-law. She didn't think much about it because Lin Tian had already told her the reason. Old general, listen to Miss Ji Yu. Don't worry. With Lin Tian here, we'll definitely win this battle. Zhu Yi said. With regards to Lin Tian, the few of them were filled with confidence. Ji Yuanshan smiled bitterly and nodded. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said, My old bones really can't support this battle now. I can only put all my hopes on you. Like them, I also believe in you. I believe that you can do everything well. The future of Beiyan and the future of Baiyan's people are all in your hands. Lin Tian nodded and smiled calmly. Old General, don't worry. This battle is very strange. Rose must have invited a very powerful person to help. He said, later, I'll personally go to Uro's imperial court and ask the current emperor of Uros to stop this battle. I'll also go and meet the divine master of Uros. When he mentioned the divine master of Uros, 2 rays of silver light flashed across his eyes. The divine master of Uros was definitely not a good person. What? You want to go to Uro's imperial court? Hearing this, Zhu Yi and the others were shocked. Going to an imperial court was too dangerous. Even if Lin Tian was very strong, they were still shocked. Xian Qingyun also widened his eyes. Brother-in-law, are you addicted to going to the imperial court? This is not a joke. Hearing Xian Qingyun's words, Zhu Yi was a bit embarrassed. Lin Tian had gone to the imperial court of Beiyan before. Get lost. Lin Tian Xiao scolded and slapped Xian Qingyun. Zhu Yi's expression was solemn. He said, Lin Tian, we have to think about this. Don't be reckless. Back then, when you barged into the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, you were only able to obtain victory because you had the help of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator clan. But now, Zhu Yi felt a little embarrassed when he mentioned the past. After all, back then, the Northern Flame Imperial clan had suppressed Ji Yuanshan and imprisoned Jiyu. He paused and said, Anyway, don't do anything rash. I don't want my friend to be hurt. Lin Tianyi smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhu Yi and Ji Yuanshan still wanted to say something, but Lin Tian had already made up his mind. No matter how they tried to persuade him, it was useless. I'll go with you. I know the surrounding kingdoms better than you, Jiyu said. Chapter 488. Lin Tian was a little speechless. What was Xian Qingyun thinking? How was this exciting? Take me there, brother-in-law. I beg you. Xian Qingyun's eyes lit up. Please search product #book net to see The Most Complete, a novel. Lin Tian originally wanted to go to Uro's kingdom alone, but he didn't know much about the kingdom. Moreover, with his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to protect Jiyu and Xian Qingyun in the first heaven. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed to go with them. Are we really going? Zhu Yi was a little stunned. The 3 of them were going to the royal palace of an empire. This made him, the emperor, a little confused. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. Lin Tiandao. He could even kill immortal experts. Breaking into the royal palace of an ordinary empire was no different from entering his own backyard. After talking to Ji Yuanshan and Zhu Yi, Lin Tian and the other 2 set off toward the royal palace of Uro's kingdom at night. The 3 of them rode Fergana horses out of the Beiyan camp and soon disappeared into the darkness. Breaking into the royal palace, Xian Qingyun chuckled. Lin Tian was a little speechless. This guy was really stupid. If you laugh like a fool again, I'll kick you back, he said. Xian Qingyun immediately looked dejected. Don't do that, brother-in-law. I was wrong. I promise I won't be a fool. Cough, I promise I won't laugh. Jiyu chuckled, thinking that the 2 of them were quite interesting. The Fergana horse was very strong. After galloping for a while, Lin Tian said, Let's go to the 13 cities that were slaughtered by Uro's kingdom. He had already destroyed the vicious blood marks on all the soldiers of Uro's kingdom at the border. These people's combat strength would be greatly reduced. They would definitely not be a match for the soldiers of Beiyan led by Ji Yuanshan. Therefore, he was not worried that the soldiers of Uro's kingdom would counterattack after he left. Why are we going to those cities? Xian Qingyun was curious. Just take a look. Lead the way. Lin Tiandao. When he was rushing to the border, he heard from Zhu Yi's generals that at night there would be bloody winds on the battlefield, and he could see the figures of dead people in the bloody winds. This made him feel very strange, and he wanted to go and take a look. Xian Qingyan replied with an "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and rode the Fergana horse towards the nearest city. After a few hours, an ancient city appeared in front of them. The ancient city was very majestic. It was one of the 13 cities that had fallen. As far as the eye could see, there were some trench fires lit on the city walls. However, the light was somewhat terrifying and swaying. "Brother-in-law, there are people from the Uros guarding the city wall. Should we charge in?" "Brother-in-law, you should be able to." Xian Chengyun said. "No need, I'll just take a look here." Lin Tiandao. At this moment, the 3 of them were still some distance away from the city wall in front of them. They were hiding under a thick old tree. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 10 burly Uros standing on the city wall. They were either holding dark sabers or long halberds in their hands. All of them had shocking blood qi. Some of them were walking back and forth on the city wall. It was obvious that they were patrolling at night. Suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew from within the city. "It's so cold today. I don't know what's going on recently. There's this kind of wind every night, and it smells of blood. There's a ghost shadow," someone exclaimed. "Damn it, what are you doing?" "There's no ghost." The leading general stared. "It's true. I saw it just now. It seems to be someone who died in this city. Her face is covered in blood." The person who spoke was trembling. Then, on the city wall, some of the ordinary generals also trembled slightly. Someone opened his mouth and said, This, actually, I also saw some figures before. It seems to be people who were killed in this city." Me too. I saw them too." "Me too." After the first person spoke, many others soon spoke. Many of them had seen figures in the wind. Could it be that the dead people have turned into ghosts? Someone said with a trembling voice, "Nonsense. If they're dead, they're dead. What nonsense are ghosts?" On the city wall, the leading general shouted sternly, "Besides, so what if those dead people have turned into ghosts? With the divine masters around, they won't be able to cause any trouble." Hearing the leading general mention the divine masters, the other ordinary generals were relieved, and their expressions became better. That's right. With the divine masters around, everything will be fine. Yes, I almost forgot. The divine masters have come to our Uros. In the future, this world will definitely belong to our Uros. On the city wall, everyone was excited. Outside the ancient city, under the old tree, "Brother-in-law, did you see anything just now?" Xian Chengyun said with a trembling voice. There was a figure in the wind. Ji Yu frowned. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Yes." He stared at the ancient city, and the silver light in his eyes intertwined. He was still staring in the direction of the ancient city. Others would only occasionally see a figure, but after he used the heavenly one-soul technique, he saw many figures. These figures were all covered in blood, and their faces were ferocious. They were very resentful, like vengeful spirits that had walked out of hell. Because of the resentment of these figures, there was a strong smell of blood in the wind, which made Lin Tian frown. The fluctuation of soul power. Blood souls? He cultivated the heavenly one-soul technique and was a sixth-order array manipulator, so he was very sensitive to the fluctuation of soul power. These figures were condensed from the soul power of the dead people. Now, they were forcefully pulled out of the ancient city by an invisible force and floated toward the southeast of the ancient city, quickly disappearing into the night. "Where is the southeast of here?" he asked Ji Yu. "Southeast." Ji Yu was slightly stunned. "That's the direction of the Uros imperial city." Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked toward the southeast. "Let's go to the Uros imperial city," he said. On the way to the border, when he heard from the generals beside Zhu Yi that the Uros had slaughtered all the people in 13 cities, he felt that something was wrong with this war. At this moment, when he saw the blood souls in the wind, he felt that there was a big problem with this war. It was very likely that this was a huge conspiracy. He glanced at the city in front of him one last time, then quietly left with Jiyu and Xian Chengyun on the horse. Urose was adjacent to Beiyan, so the distance between the two was not too far. In addition, the three of them were at the border, so they quickly arrived outside the Urose imperial city in about 2 days. Looking around, the Urose imperial city and Beiyan imperial city were very similar. They were both very large, and there were many people in the city, including many young experts. I heard that His Majesty is already preparing to attack Muyun. Attack Muyun? Aren't they fighting with Beiyan? Beiyan will be destroyed soon. They have already lost 13 cities, so they can't stop our soldiers. After this, not only the northern Flame Country and the Muyun Country, but also the other neighboring countries will also be targeted. It's all thanks to the God Master. That's right. Ever since the God Master came, our combat power has soared. In the past, when we fought with Beiyan, we basically couldn't win with Ji Yuanshan around. But now, I heard that even Ji Yuanshan can't win. In the Urose imperial city, many people were whispering. Lin Tian and the other two walked in the Urose imperial city. Hearing these voices, Xian Qingyun was very unhappy. God Master, where did this son of a B** Tsh come from? It seems that this son of a B** Tsh started this war. Many people died. Xian Qingyun was very unhappy, but he kept his voice low. After all, this was the Urose imperial city. We'll find out soon. Lin Tiandao. He looked very calm as he walked in a specific direction with Jiyu and Xian Qingyun. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a towering city wall. It was the main gate of the Urose imperial city. How dare you? Who are you? A Urose soldier who was guarding the gate of the imperial city scolded them. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He swept out a gust of wind with his sword and sent the soldiers in front of the imperial city flying. He didn't take their lives. He came to the Urose imperial city to stop the war and meet the so-called God Master. Naturally, he wouldn't kill ordinary people. Let's go, he said to Jiyu and Xian Chengyun. He broke the main gate of the imperial city and walked into the imperial city. Jiyu followed behind him quietly. Xian Qingyun kept rubbing his hands. His eyes were full of excitement. Soon, the three of them walked into the imperial city. It was currently noon. There were quite a few figures on the streets in front of the royal palace. All of them widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They stared at Lin Tian's group as if they had seen ghosts. There were actually people who dared to barge into the royal palace of the empire in broad daylight. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? They must have a death wish. They're crazy. Some people were stunned. The structure of the Euro Royal Palace was similar to that of the Beiyan Royal Palace. The interior was also filled with pavilions, and the ground was paved with white jade. There were wide avenues all around, and right in front of them was a magnificent hall. Soon, a large number of soldiers rushed out of the imperial city and went straight for Lin Tian. How dare you break into the imperial city? You must have a death wish, the leading general shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers around him moved. They all waved their swords and sabers at Lin Tian, Jiyu, and Xian Qingyun. These people's cultivation wasn't too strong, but they all had a murderous aura. Almost all of them were soldiers who had retired from the battlefield. They were all brave and skilled in battle and were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Lin Tian was expressionless. He looked at the soldiers who were charging at him, and a cold aura suddenly spread out. All of a sudden, the soldiers who had rushed forward were shaken. Suddenly, all of them began to tremble. Many of them couldn't even hold their swords firmly. Some of them even sat on the ground while trembling. In an instant, they revealed a terrified expression. Moreover, it wasn't just these people. Even the powerful general who shouted at him at the beginning was shocked. Cold sweat dripped down his face. You, the general trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. He stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. The strongest of these people was only at the 9th level of the divine pulse realm. How could they withstand the cold aura of Lin Tian, who was at the 4th level of the Zephyr realm? A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. The light of fire flickered as he slashed it forward. With a clang, a huge sword of flames tore through the air and landed on the main hall at the center of the royal palace in the blink of an eye. It obliterated the symbolic roof of the royal palace, causing strands of flames to burn in the surroundings. Rose Emperor, come out and meet me. Chapter 489. With a single strike, the roof of the symbolic imperial palace of the Uru kingdom had been flipped over. All the soldiers and generals in the surroundings were so shocked that they trembled and revealed shocked expressions. How could a casual strike of his sword have such terrifying destructive power? Was he still human? Not only these people, but even Jiyu, who was at the peak of the 9th heaven, was shocked. He looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Brother-in-law, you are so domineering. Xin Qingyun's eyes widened. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He looked ahead, quietly. Then he tilted his head and looked into the depths of the Wulua Royal Palace. After entering the Wulua Royal Palace, he felt an extremely bloody aura and dense soul power fluctuations. Who is it? An angry voice sounded. In the main hall of the Wulua Royal Palace, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe walked out. He was followed by 2 other middle-aged men. One of them was in a black robe, and the other was in a green robe. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Immediately, everyone in the palace bowed deeply. Jiyu said to Lin Tiandao, the middle-aged man in the dragon robe is the current king of the Wulua kingdom. The 2 on his left and right are very strong. Staring at the 2 middle-aged men on the left and right of the king, Jiyu couldn't help but frown. With her cultivation at the peak of the spiritual sea, there are few people who could match her outside the sect. However, at this moment, she felt a strong pressure from these 2 people. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He naturally noticed that the 2 middle-aged men were not ordinary. However, he didn't care much. We're here on behalf of the Beiyan kingdom. You know that, right? He stared at the king of the Wulua kingdom. The king of the Wulua kingdom froze for a moment, and his face darkened. The people of the Beiyan kingdom dared to attack his palace. He looked at the 2 middle-aged men and said, God's messengers, please capture these 3 traitors. As soon as the king of the Wulua kingdom finished speaking, the black-robed man on the left immediately walked out. His expression was very indifferent, as if he was not here. This person took a step forward, and an afterimage appeared. Then, more and more afterimages appeared. He was like a dark soul shadow, and in the blink of an eye he was about 10 feet away from Lin Tian and the other 2. It's one of the 2 messengers of the priest. It's just a few people. Yet the divine emissary has to take action. With the divine emissary's strength, he should be able to suppress them in an instant. Of course, the 2 god-tier masters are hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than the ancestors of our Uros. One of the soldiers spoke. His fearful expression immediately disappeared, and he stared at Lin Tian, Jiyu, and the others with a mocking expression. Staring ahead, Jiyu's expression suddenly changed. Lin Tian, this person is in the Zephyr realm. I know. Lin Tian nodded. As he spoke, he calmly raised his hand and pulled it forward. It was also at this time that the black-robed man stepped forward. Pa! A loud and clear slap was heard. The black-robed, middle-aged man was sent flying like a scarecrow and fell into the distance. The oracle was actually, how is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. The powerful oracle was sent flying with a single slap. This made many people in the Euro Royal Palace feel like they were in a dream. Jiyu was shocked. Lin Tian. She could clearly feel that the black-robed man who rushed forward was very powerful. He was not inferior to her master, the Lord of the Valley of the Harp, or even stronger. However, Lin Tian was able to send him flying with a single slap. In front of the Euro Royal Palace, the Euro King's expression changed. The green-robed man on the right had a sharp look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Tian. Boom! A violent aura swept out. The black-robed man who was sent flying by Lin Tian rushed to the void 10 feet above the ground. Staring at Lin Tian again, the black-robed man's face darkened, and a bone-chilling murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Sister, brother-in-law, can fly. He's above the Zephyr realm. Xian Chunyun stuttered. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out. In the void, a sharp sword suddenly appeared in the black-robed man's hand, an immortal might intertwined. A pseudo-immortal weapon. As soon as this pseudo-immortal weapon appeared, everyone in the palace trembled and felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian's expression darkened slightly. He looked at the Euro King and said, "It seems that you don't want to talk properly. After you are suppressed, I will talk to you properly," the Euro King said. Almost at the same time in the void, the black-robed man's face turned completely cold. He said coldly, "Young man, you are too arrogant." He stood in the sky and took out his pseudo-immortal weapon. He wanted to kill Lin Tian with one strike because Lin Tian had slapped him. However, after he took out his pseudo-immortal weapon, Lin Tian did not even look at him. Clang! Another sound of a weapon rang out. The middle-aged man held the pseudo-immortal sword and moved even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. Die slap! Lin Tian slapped the black-robed man and sent him flying again. Such a scene almost made everyone's jaws drop. Everyone here was stupefied, staring at Lin Tian as if they had seen a ghost. The black-robed man flew back more than 5 meters. There were 5 clear lines on his face. He glared at Lin Tian and said, "Ew." He wanted to say something, but he instantly met Lin Tian's indifferent eyes. He trembled violently as if his throat was choked by a pair of invisible hands. Even breathing became difficult, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Divine messengers. King Euro's expression changed. Lord Divine Messengers. In the Euro Palace, all the soldiers' expressions changed. Xian Qingyun and Ji Yu were also shocked. They were all stunned. They suddenly felt that Lin Tian was simply a person from another world. Lin Tian waved his hand and 2 weapons rang out. He grabbed the quasi-immortal swords of the black-robed man and the green-robed man and put them away. The quasi-immortal swords were not ordinary. "Tell me, who is your divine master, and who are you people?" He looked at the 2 of them. It was very easy for him to kill these 2 people. He could kill them with a raise of his hand. Just now, he was just being merciful. He wanted to get some information from them. The black-robed man and the green-robed man were nailed to the ground. Blood was gushing out of their mouths. Their faces were filled with fear, but at the same time they were distressed and angry. Their quasi-immortal weapons had been snatched away by Lin Tian. They stared at Lin Tian. In the next moment, the fear and anger on their faces disappeared. Soon, they turned ferocious and stared at Lin Tian like ghosts. "You will die here," the green-robed man said. As he said that, the green-robed man trembled. He pinched a bronze ring on his left middle finger and twisted it fiercely. Immediately, strange inscriptions appeared on the ground and in the air. In the blink of an eye, they covered a radius of over 30 meters, trapping Lin Tian's group and the other soldiers within. Then, in the next moment, with a boom, a terrifying killing intent surged out. Streaks of eerie black light floated out, as if they could destroy everything. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This was a complete killing formation, and it was very powerful. A 6th-tier array manipulator can't carve such a powerful killing formation. He muttered to himself. He did not look at the black-robed man and the green-robed man. Instead, he raised his head and looked into the depths of the palace. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The black-robed man and the green-robed man were not array manipulators. Then one could imagine that this complete killing formation was carved by the so-called God-tier master. In that case, this God-tier master was not ordinary. Puff, puff, puff. Streaks of bloody light exploded. Within the killing formation, some of the soldiers of the Europalace were hit by the black light and were instantly shattered. Divine Messenger, save us! Sir Divine Messenger, let us out! Ah! Screams sounded one after another. Within this range, ordinary soldiers were constantly being killed. Everyone was terrified. Outside the killing formation, some of the other soldiers were also terrified. They all staggered back, afraid that they would be hit by the black light. You will be cut into a bloody mist. Not even your ashes will be left. Chapter 490. Streaks of black light shot out one after another, completely covering the space within 100 feet. Lin Tian and the other two were enveloped within. Those streaks of black light were like swords that came from the underworld, terrifying to the extreme. Within this killing formation, some of the soldiers of the Euro Imperial Palace suffered a great calamity. One after another, they exploded, dying extremely gruesome deaths. Ah! The screams made one's scalp tingle. The black-robed man and the green-robed man stared at Lin Tian coldly, as if they were looking at a corpse. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Xian Chungyun swallowed his saliva. It's fine. Lin Tiandao didn't move. He just activated the divine one-soul incantation. Streaks of silver light intertwined around him. Streaks of killing light slashed at him from all directions, but they couldn't get close to him at all. What's going on? The black-robed man and the green-robed man were shocked. The light of the killing array was terrifying, but it couldn't hit Lin Tian. In the killing array, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with silver light. He activated the divine one-soul incantation again and again. Finally, a soul sword condensed in his hand. He raised his hand and slashed forward. Chi! With a crisp sound, the runes in the void suddenly shattered, causing a large gap to appear in the killing array. Lin Tian pulled Jiyu and Xian Qingyin, one on the left and one on the right. The yin-yang puppet flashed and directly stepped out of the killing formation. In an instant, the air stabilized and became fresh. We were out? Xian Qingyin heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. In front of him, the black-robed man and the green-robed man didn't look too good. They staggered backward. You, how could you? The two of them were terrified that someone could easily step out of the killing array. Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. Bang! Bang! With two crisp sounds, the two of them were slammed to the ground at the same time. Tell me, who are you and who is that so-called divine master? He looked down at the two of them. Moreover, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was extremely sharp. The black-robed man and the green-robed man both trembled as they stared at the long sword in Lin Tian's hand. Both of them became terrified. At this moment, the tip of the sword was too close to them. It could take their lives at any time. 3 breaths. If you don't speak after 3 breaths, you'll die. Lin Tiandao. As soon as these words were spoken, the black-robed man and the green-robed man trembled again. Their expressions became even more fearful. Staring at Lin Tian's indifferent eyes, the two did not doubt that Lin Tian would really kill them without mercy. We will talk. The two of them were scared. The black-robed man said, We are. At this moment, Lin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Almost at the same time, dozens of murderous lights descended from the heavens, bringing with them an eerie cold air that made many people's hearts palpitate. The ground was hacked to pieces. At the same time, the black-robed male and green-robed male died miserably, their bodies pierced through like sieves. Not bad. A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he looked up at the sky. In the distance, Above the Euro Palace, a middle-aged man in a gray robe was standing there. His eyes were as cold as ice. Divine Master. It's the Divine Master. The Divine Master has come out. Greetings, Divine Master. In the Euro Palace, a group of people knelt down and bowed. They were all very sincere, 100 times more respectful than the king of Euro country. Divine Master, this is the thief. He's not ordinary. He was sent by Bayan country. Divine Master, please suppress him. The king of Euro country also bowed. Just now, after Lin Tian injured the black-robed man and the green-robed man with the god spirit 10,000 kill sword, the king of Euro country secretly made a gesture and ordered people to go to the depths of the palace to invite the Divine Master who had descended to Euro country. Now that the Divine Master had appeared, the king of Euro country immediately relaxed. This was because the Divine Master was many times more powerful than the black-robed and green-robed men. He was almost like a god. Lin Tian looked up at the middle-aged man in a gray robe and said indifferently, "You even killed your own people. How cruel. Not bad." His words were indifferent and had a hint of mockery. The middle-aged man in a gray robe's eyes were cold. "You're so young, but you have a sharp tongue. Take advantage of your seniority. Get down here." Lin Tian was not polite at all. With a clang, his right hand shook, and he casually slashed out the 10th sword move of the Yang incinerating sword, creating a vast sea of fire. Every wisp of flame in this sea of fire was sword chi. He created a sea of fire. Many people were shocked. In the sky, the middle-aged man in a gray robe had a cold expression. A light shield condensed in front of his chest, blocking all the flames. In the blink of an eye, the flames in the sky dissipated. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the middle-aged man in a gray robe. His face darkened. Divine power? The immortal realm. The old man in a gray robe created a light shield and manifested his power. He could clearly feel a tyrannical power that was different from true essence. The other party was actually at the immortal realm and was far more powerful than the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He was at the second stage of the immortal realm. The immortal realm. Ji Yu's expression changed. The immortal realm. That was a legendary existence. In the sky, the middle-aged man in a gray robe stared at Lin Tian like a god looking down at an ant. "Not bad. You have good eyesight, but it's a pity that you forced my 2 servants to die. You can't avoid death." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in a gray robe moved. He directly swept out a black divine wheel. As soon as the divine will appeared, it locked down the surroundings and pressed down on Lin Tian. As the divine will floated past, the void shattered inch by inch and ceased to exist. Such a terrifying might caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and all of them trembled. Lin Tian snorted. He raised his right hand slightly, and the silver Taoist diagram of the 4 divisions appeared in front of him. "Your 2 servants clearly died under your own dog teeth. What does it have to do with me?" The Taoist diagram of the 4 divisions appeared and buzzed. It collided with the middle-aged man's divine wheel. With a swoosh, it was instantly annihilated, causing it to disappear without a trace. He blocked the attack of the Divine Master. How is that possible? It shouldn't be. The Divine Master should be invincible. How could he block the attack of the Divine Master? In the Euro Palace, all the soldiers were shocked. King Euro was also shocked. He stared at Lin Tian and trembled. In this place, he knew how terrifying the middle-aged man in a gray robe was. He had the power to destroy everything. But now his powerful attack was blocked by someone. Ever since he met the middle-aged man in a gray robe, he had never seen such a thing. In the sky, the middle-aged man in a gray robe was slightly surprised. "You're only at the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. How could you block the wheel of earthly annihilation?" The wheel of earthly annihilation was an extraordinary divine skill. now that it was blocked by a fourth heaven of the Zephyr realm. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Hearing this, Jiyu and Xian Qingyun were both shocked. Brother-in-law, you have reached the fourth heaven of the Zephyr realm? Xian Qingyun was shocked. To the empires, the fourth heaven of the Zephyr realm was a godlike existence. Jiyu was also shocked. Lin Tian. When Lin Tian easily defeated the black-robed man and the green-robed man, she had vaguely guessed that Lin Tian might have reached the Zephyr realm. But now, hearing this from the middle-aged man in a gray robe who had reached the immortal realm, she was still shocked. After not seeing him for half a year, Lin Tian had reached the level of the sect masters of the 4 major factions. Don't be surprised. Didn't you mention that the 100 Refinements Square was destroyed? Lin Tian turned his head and grinned at Jiyu. I destroyed it. What? Jiyu turned pale again. Lin Tian was the one who destroyed the 100 Refinements Square. Lin Tian nodded. At that time, I had just returned from cultivation. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Square had reached the immortal realm and led a group of people to the Burning Sun sect. They destroyed the Burning Sun sect and killed many of our fellow disciples. A few of the elders, the sect master, and the Grand Elder were also seriously injured. The Grand Elder was even on the verge of death. So, I destroyed the 100 Refinements Square. I know that the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Square had reached the immortal realm, but they actually went to the Burning Sun sect. Jiyu frowned. According to Lin Tian, the 100 Refinements Square was even worse than before. She paused and was suddenly shocked again as she thought of something. You killed the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Square who had reached the immortal realm? The immortal realm. Lin Tiansha had an immortal realm existence? I've killed many people who were stronger than him. Lin Tiandao. He spoke very calmly. In the second heaven, there were at least a dozen immortal realm experts who had died at his hands. Jiyu's eyes widened and she was stunned. Lin Tian killed many immortal realm existences? You, staring at Lin Tian, Jiyu didn't know what to say. She was completely shocked. After half a year, Lin Tian had become so strong. At the side, Xian Qingyan was already completely dumbfounded. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xian Qingyun could faintly guess what 100 Refinement Square was. It was a sect, and Lin Tian had actually single-handedly annihilated an entire sect. A sect was one of the most powerful forces in this world. An empire was even weaker than an ant in the eyes of a sect. But now, one of these lofty forces had actually been annihilated by Lin Tian. This was simply too crazy. Humph! A cold voice sounded with disdain. In the sky, the gray-robed, middle-aged man looked down at Lin Tian. He was still indifferent like a god. You, a mere fourth sky of the Imperial realm, dare to say that you've killed many immortal realm existences? Aren't you afraid that you'll end up in trouble if you boast too much? Lin Tian raised his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He asked Jiyu and Xian Qingyan to stay where they were. His slender body slowly rose into the air and came to the same height as the gray-robed, middle-aged man. His eyes were indifferent. When you're about to be killed by me, you won't think so. He stared at the gray-robed, middle-aged man with a calm expression. But before that, I want to know what you're planning. The gray-robed, middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Lin Tian smiled. An unprecedentedly terrifying aura burst out of his body, turning into a shocking hurricane that swept out. With a crack, the void in front of him was shattered. Such a terrifying aura shocked everyone in the palace. They couldn't help but tremble. You'll know soon. Chapter 491. A terrifying aura swept out, and a hurricane spread out. Everyone was shocked. Full text to read. As far as the eye could see, even the void above the firmament was distorted and shattered inch by inch. Sister, brother-in-law, this, Xian Qingyun stuttered again. He saw Lin Tian slowly rise into the sky and stand in the void like a god. Then he emitted an unprecedentedly terrifying aura. The aura seemed to overturn the firmament, like a volcano that was about to erupt. At this moment, Ji Yu was also stunned. This aura was too terrifying. It was even stronger than the supreme elder of the Valley of the Harp. She moved her lips, but could not say a word. They had only been apart for half a year, and Lin Tian had become too strong. Boom! In the sky, vital essence rippled out like a vast ocean. Waves of aura appeared and spread out. Lin Tian's clothes fluttered in the wind. His eyes were indifferent as he looked coldly at the middle-aged man in the gray robe. He had a strong intuition that the destruction of 13 cities in Northern Flame country must be instigated by this person. He could feel an incomparably thick, bloodthirsty aura from this person, and there were also waves of soul fluctuations. These fluctuations did not belong to this person. The middle-aged man in the gray robe looked serious. You are only at the 4th plane of the Zephyr realm. How can you emit such a powerful aura? The middle-aged man in the gray robe was really surprised. It was the first time he saw a cultivator at the 4th plane of the Zephyr realm with such an aura. Lin Tian's face was cold. The next moment, he disappeared and appeared in front of the middle-aged man in the gray robe. Without any superfluous words, he swung his iron fist and smashed it at the middle-aged man. He hated the bloody aura on the middle-aged man. Boom! The tyrannical punch was like the sound of a sacred drum being beaten. The momentum was very frightening. The middle-aged man in the gray robe was shocked. Such a powerful physique obviously shocked him. He did not take it head-on. Instead, he condensed a divine shield in front of his chest with his divine power and blocked Lin Tian's iron fist. Then he coldly snorted. With a wave of his right hand, another pitch-black divine wheel appeared. After spinning once, it directly crushed towards Lin Tian. Shatter for me. Lin Tian was expressionless. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He continued to press down with his fist, causing the heavens to shake. With a rumbling sound, the gloomy divine will summoned by the middle-aged man was directly smashed into pieces. The gray-robed, middle-aged man coldly snorted and took a step forward. A divine pagoda appeared, shaking the void until it rumbled and light filled the sky. His physique is strong, and his aura is not weak. However, he is only at the 4th layer of the Zephyr realm after all. With a cold snort, the gray-robed, middle-aged man pushed the divine tower towards Lin Tian. You're only at the 2nd level of the connecting immortal realm. Don't think too highly of yourself. I've even killed people at the 3rd level of the connecting immortal realm. Lin Tianling coldly replied. With a flash of light, a figure appeared behind him with 1,000 hands on its back. It was the Bai clan's 1,000 illusory divine hands. Now he was no longer using the divination divine technique to activate this technique. Instead, he was using the real 1,000 illusory divine hands secret technique of the Bai clan, which he had learned in the godless realm of the Bai clan. Instantly, the 1,000 hands moved together and instantly shattered the divine tower. Moreover, the 1,000 illusory divine hands didn't disperse. The 1,000 hands faced the sky and pressed forward with the momentum of the 1,000 hands attacking the gods. This was a kind of offensive momentum. However, the gray-robed, middle-aged man wasn't weak. With a cold snort, he once again took out a divine shield. The divine shield was formed by divine power. When the two collided, a series of loud sounds were heard. Slash! The gray-robed, middle-aged man said coldly. Suddenly, a huge divine sword condensed in the sky. Strange patterns were intertwined on the divine sword, similar to array patterns. It caused a huge crack to appear in the void and crazily tried to devour Lin Tian. Then, the divine sword fell from the sky, surrounded by mysterious patterns. It was actually spreading, turning into a giant net that reached the sky. Lin Tian frowned. This attack was very powerful. However, he wasn't afraid. A primordial mountain appeared behind him, and there were demonic beasts roaring, shaking the sky. Barren Heaven Realm. He propped up the barren heaven realm with the divining divine technique and pressed forward with the king's territory. The king's territory with the king's body was naturally very terrifying. Although he had only used the divining divine technique to activate a trace of his divine form, the power it possessed was still terrifying. It was as if he had opened up a small, barren, ancient demon world in the sky. Boom! The two collided, stirring up strong winds that filled the sky. In the palace, everyone was moved as they stared at the battle in the sky. This battle was too dazzling. Is this considered a martial arts technique? Xian Qingyun widened his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a battle. He wasn't the only one. Even Ji was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened as she was deeply shocked by the battle in front of her. There was a loud bang. In the sky, Lin Tian and the gray-robed middle-aged man exchanged blows. Their divine powers collided violently, shaking the sky. Crack! 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 The void cracked inch by inch. The strong wind swept across, and the two flew backward. The gray-robed, middle-aged man stared at Lin Tian and frowned. That was the barren heaven realm? It seems to be the king's territory of the demon clan with the barren demon body. As a human, you can't have the barren demon body. How can you perform such a technique? You know quite a lot. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said coldly, "You belong to this sky region?" A strange light flashed in the gray-robed, middle-aged man's eyes. Soon he narrowed his eyes. "You know quite a lot, too. However, I don't understand what you mean. It's okay. I'll beat you until you understand." Lin Tianling said. With a boom, he propped up the Divine Cry Palace, followed by the Sun Ocean. Finally, a dark starry sky appeared, and a bright moon appeared from within. The silver moonlight illuminated the entire sky, and a divine and holy aura filled the air. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, revealing a look of disbelief. Divine Cry Palace, Sun Ocean, starry sky, bright moon, who exactly are you? The gray-robed, middle-aged man seemed to know a lot. At this moment, he was truly shocked to see Lin Tian propping up 4 different kings' territories in a row. The king's territory was a bloodline abhijna unique to the king's body. It was impossible for others to learn it. Lin Tianling humphed and took a step forward. Behind him, the 3 kings' territories moved together. Boom! The 3 kings' territories intertwined and moved forward in a triangular formation, blocking all of the gray-robed, middle-aged man's escape routes. The gray-robed, middle-aged man roared and raised his hands high, summoning a huge temple that propped up the 3 kings' territories. "It's futile. You don't have the king's body. These kings' territories are just illusions." "They're not enough," the gray-robed, middle-aged man yelled. However, before he could finish, his expression changed because Lin Tian's main body was right in front of him. "You bang!" Lin Tian waved his fist and punched the gray-robed, middle-aged man's face. A stream of blood from his nose landed in the void, and the gray-robed, middle-aged man was sent flying, crashing into a hall far away from the Euro Palace. Divine Master. This Divine Master was actually defeated. How is that possible? The expressions of the soldiers changed. In the distance, the king of Euro Nation was even more shocked. The omnipotent Divine Master was actually sent flying with a single punch. Further away, Xian Qingyun and Ji Yu were also shocked. He sent an immortal realm existence flying. Ji Yu was dumbfounded. Just now, when Lin Tian said that he had killed many immortal realm powerhouses, she was very surprised. However, at this moment, she actually saw Lin Tianyi send an immortal realm existence, flying with her own eyes, causing him to spit out blood. She felt as if she had witnessed an ant trampling an elephant to death. It was a contradictory shock. Logically speaking, it was clearly impossible, but now such an impossible thing had happened. Boom! A terrifying wave surged. In the distance, the gray-robed, middle-aged man rushed into the sky, and the aura around his body became even more terrifying. Lin Tian looked at him coldly. "How is it? Do you understand now?" The gray-robed elder was stunned. Then he remembered Lin Tian's words. "I will beat you until you understand." Instantly his face darkened, and his eyes became very sinister. "Junior!" With a buzz, he waved his hands, and instantly the sky was filled with light. Divine towers, divine palaces, divine wheels, and secret techniques were all activated by him. Boom! Divine power surged and approached from all directions, trying to suppress everything. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had to admit that this gray-robed, middle-aged man was very powerful. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements workshop couldn't compare to him at all. Bai Hongye of the Bai family was also too weak. Although there was only a small gap between them, this gray-robed, middle-aged man was undoubtedly more than 10 times more terrifying than the other two. He made Lin Tian feel pressured. Of course, it was only a little. He shook his body, and a divine shadow appeared behind him again. It was one of the core secret techniques of the Bai family, the Great Celestial King Arcane Technique. As soon as the Great Celestial King Arcane Technique was used, the divine shadow behind him was dozens of feet tall. Its left hand was vertical, and its right hand was flat as it pressed forward. With a loud bang, the void was directly broken open, and light shot into the sky. At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. The gray-robed elder turned into a ray of dim light and rushed towards Jiyu. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his face instantly turned cold. "You are courting death." The yin and yang hua was used to the limit, and there wasn't even an afterimage where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Jiyu. It was also at this moment that the gray-robed, middle-aged man let out a sinister laugh. Buzz! In the sky where Lin Tian was standing, lines of formations suddenly flashed and quickly condensed on a point. With a rumble, bolts of lightning appeared, and the sky almost turned into a sea of lightning. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. As expected, you care about this woman very much. Using her to attract your attention so that my technique would condense at the moment when you were slightly absent-minded is indeed a clear choice. The gray-robed, middle-aged man stopped 3 feet away from Jiyu. Boom! In the sky, lightning filled the sky. Then, the power of fire appeared. The two intertwined, converging into a sea of lightning and a sea of fire. That terrifying power seemed to be able to devour everything. Moreover, as one looked over, lines of formation patterns intertwined in the sea of lightning and the sea of fire, like chains running through the sea of lightning and the sea of fire. Lin Tian raised his head, and his eyes shone brightly. To use formation patterns to attract heavenly lightning and heavenly fire, you need to be at least at the 7th level. The gray-robed, middle-aged man was moved, and his face darkened slightly. "You really know a lot." Staring at Lin Tian, the gray-robed, middle-aged man was a little proud. "I am a 7th level array controller." Chapter 492. The middle-aged man in the gray robe had an arrogant look on his face. It was a kind of arrogance that came from his soul, as if he was a supreme being. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled and fire boiled. The two kinds of power intertwined and fused with the array pattern. It was terrifying. When this type of fluctuation appeared, not a single person's expression remained unchanged. Everyone was alarmed. Is this the immortal's miracle? Some soldiers were very excited. Looking at the sky, the thunder and sea almost turned into an ocean. For some ordinary soldiers and martial artists, such a scene was incomprehensible. Master God! Master God! Master God! Many soldiers were shouting and cheering, all of them excited. The Master God who came to their country was indeed an invincible person. He could summon such a miraculous scene. This was borrowing the power of the heavens to destroy the enemy. Hiding behind Lin Tian, Xian Qinyun's eyes widened. Brother-in-law, this. Ji Yu was also worried. He called out to Lin Tian softly. The thunder and fire above them were too terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with silver light. He shook his head at the two. "I'm fine," he said. The middle-aged man in the gray robe snorted. "You're fine." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the middle-aged man sneered with a hint of mockery. "It seems that you know something about array manipulators. Then you should know how powerful a level 7 array manipulator is. Do you think you can block the thunder and fire from the array pattern?" As if to support the middle-aged man in the gray robe, thunder rumbled in the sky. The fire and fire soared to the sky. Lin Tian ignored him. His eyes were very calm. For such self-righteous people, ignoring them would sometimes make them feel very uncomfortable. He just glanced at the middle-aged man in the gray robe and looked at the sky again. The gray-robed middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, and his expression darkened. He was an expert of the second celestial layer of the connecting immortal realm, and also a 7th-rank array manipulator. He was talking to Lin Tian, showing off his strength, saying how terrifying the heavenly thunder and heavenly fire were. But at this time, Lin Tian was completely ignoring him. This made him feel that he was being ignored, and a kind of anger rose in his heart. "I'm talking to you." The gray-robed, middle-aged man glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian merely glanced at the middle-aged man and ignored him. Instead, he stared intently at Lei Yan in the sky. To be honest, this level of heavenly lightning and heavenly fire was indeed terrifying. Seeing that Lin Tian was still ignoring him, the gray-robed middle-aged man's eyes turned completely cold. "Rude people, arrogant people, you shall be completely buried in the sea of heavenly lightning and heavenly fire." As he finished speaking, he pulled his right hand downward. Instantly, the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire surged and crashed down on Lin Tian and the others. Crack! 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 The void twisted, and crisp sounds rang out. Wherever the heavenly thunder and heavenly fire passed, it was difficult to preserve anything. For a moment, the light flooded the surroundings, and the surroundings were completely sealed off. "You don't have a chance to escape. Break into pieces," the gray-robed, middle-aged man said. Within the area covered by the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire, the silver light in Lin Tian's eyes was extremely dense. Gradually, silver light spread out from every inch of his skin. The 4 symbols Tao diagram was condensed by him, covering Ji Yu and Xian Qinyun. His expression was calm. Light flickered, and a stone mirror rushed out of the stone ring, instantly revealing a faint, immortal aura. Boom! The heavenly lightning and heavenly fire crashed down from the sky, and the light covered all directions. No one could see what was happening inside. However, everyone had the same thought. Lin Tian and the others would definitely be destroyed. "They're dead meat. Do you even need to say that? Who can stop the Divine Master when he attacks?" Many soldiers said. The Wulua King's expression relaxed. There was a short period of time before, and he was really on tenterhooks. The Wulua King walked forward and bowed to the gray-robed, middle-aged man. "Thank you for killing." Boom! Suddenly, an immortal light rushed out from the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire, directly destroying a large hall in the distance. In the center of the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire, Lin Tian had a stone mirror above his head. He slowly stepped out with Ji Yu and Xian Qinyun. He's still alive. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. Under such terrifying heavenly lightning and heavenly fire, there was still someone who could survive. Was he still human? Divine Master! The Wulua King trembled and stumbled back. Lin Tian had actually walked out alive from the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire summoned by the gray-robed, middle-aged man. He was completely unscathed. Even the other two people were safe behind him. This caused the Black Luo King, who had just relaxed, to panic again. How could this young man be so terrifying? The gray-robed, middle-aged man was also shocked. He stared at the stone mirror above Lin Tian's head, and his expression suddenly changed. Middle-grade immortal artifact. No, it's not just a mid-grade immortal artifact. It's almost a high-grade one. The heavenly lightning and heavenly fire you summoned doesn't seem to be very effective. Lin Tian stared at him. The stone mirror above his head vibrated, and an immortal light rushed out, directly breaking the sea of lightning and heavenly fire in the sky. He obtained the stone mirror in the second heaven. It was only a mid-grade immortal artifact, but when he was in the Burning Sun sect, he engraved immortal enhancement runes on it, increasing the power of this immortal artifact by a lot. In the sky, the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire collapsed. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression became gloomier. You have some skills. I have many skills, Lin Tian said calmly. He took a step forward, and the stone mirror above his head floated back and landed on Jiyu's head. Protect you and him, he said to Jiyu. After handing over the immortal artifact to Jiyu, he was completely relieved and stepped forward. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "Do you think you have the ability to compete with me after breaking the heavenly lightning and heavenly fire summoned by me? Naive." As he spoke, waves of tyrannical divine power rushed out of his body, and at the same time, astonishing soul power surged out. He waved his hands, instantly carving runes and runes all over the sky. Since you already know that I'm a 7th-tier array controller, you should know that I'm far stronger than ordinary 2nd-tier immortal cultivators. For me, even 3rd-tier immortal cultivators won't be able to withstand a single blow. Boom! As the gray-robed, middle-aged man's words fell, the runes in the sky intertwined, and divine light shone resplendently. Runes flew out, condensing from all directions. There were runes that restricted movement, runes that suppressed the flow of Zhenyuan, runes that sealed space, and even some offensive runes. These runes combined together, and together with the gray-robed, middle-aged man's divine power, immediately caused the space to distort again. Very strong, very terrifying. Lin Tian felt a huge pressure. This gray-robed, middle-aged man was really not simple. Using runes and divine power together, his combat strength was no weaker than ordinary 4th-tier immortal cultivators. It was very shocking. However, he wasn't afraid of this because he didn't just cultivate martial arts divine power. Compared to the other party, he dabbled in more. I know array controlling techniques too, he said coldly. His true essence went berserk as he activated the divining divine technique and propped up several types of king's domains. Then, his hands moved continuously as he used the 5-dragon divine flash formation engraving technique. Similarly, he drew rune imprints in the void. Confinement runes, formation runes that suppress true essence, and some other formation runes appeared one by one as his hand seals appeared. You, the gray-robed middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Lin Tian knew array controlling techniques too, and he was carving runes in the sky with his bare hands. This was at least at the 6th-tier standard. At this moment, Lin Tian moved. He stepped out, and several types of king's territory pressed down together. At the same time, he activated the formation runes that were engraved in the void. Boom! For a moment, the king's territory lit up, and various runes showed their power. The collision between them was terrifying. The gray-robed, middle-aged man was deeply shocked. When he saw Lin Tian attacking, he reacted and hurriedly blocked. Boom! 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 The two collided continuously with the sky. Divine power against divine power, and array runes against array runes. For a moment, they were actually evenly matched. The light illuminated the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. That person, he's actually fighting with a god master, and they're evenly matched. How can it be? This is impossible. It shouldn't be, the soldiers muttered to themselves. Gu and Xian Qingyun stared at the sky, both stunned, and their eyes kept flickering. So powerful. Lin Tian was so powerful. He can already engrave arrays in the sky. Ji, Yu muttered to himself, half a year. I haven't seen him for more than half a year. Not only did he enter the Zephyr realm, but his array controlling skills have also reached the 6th-stage standard. How did he cultivate? Thinking back to the past, she was much stronger than Lin Tian, and she even went to protect Lin Tian. However, time passed in a flash. It had only been a year, and the man she wanted to protect back then had become so powerful now. With his 4th-stage Zephyr realm cultivation, he could actually fight with a 7th-stage array controlling master who was at the 2nd-stage Immortal Ascension realm. Thinking of this, she was a little stunned, and then she smiled. She still remembered what Lin Tian said to her in the Valley of the Harp. If I'm not stronger than you, how can I protect you? That's great. Looking at the young man fighting in the sky, she felt that the young man was like a god. Boom! In the sky, divine light rolled, and array runes filled the sky. Boom! 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 In the sky, the two figures collided from time to time, and blood appeared. In the end, they were both sent flying backward. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's clothes were messy, and his hair was a little messy. There was a bloody scar on his chest, and he was panting. Opposite him, Lin Tian was not much better. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. He stared at the gray-robed, middle-aged man opposite him, his eyes shining brightly. A 2nd-stage Immortal Ascension realm and 7th-stage array, controlling master, was indeed terrifying and difficult to deal with. However, in the end, it was just difficult to deal with, not impossible. He had great confidence in himself. Staring at the gray-robed, middle-aged man, his eyes cold, he stepped forward again. Stop! Chapter 493. Lin Tian's footsteps came to a halt. Pinbook net. What? Are you going to beg for mercy? He said indifferently. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He snorted and said, We're both array manipulators, and I want to talk to you. I have nothing to talk to you about. Lin Tian. He took a step forward, and a quasi-immortal sword appeared in his hand, flickering with sinister light. You'd better listen to me. This will be of great benefit to you. Of course, I also want to borrow your strength, the middle-aged man said. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stopped in his tracks. He was a little curious about what the middle-aged man wanted to say to him. Seeing that Lin Tian stopped, the middle-aged man's right hand trembled, and a dense array pattern appeared. Soundproof pattern. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Soundproof pattern could block the sound within a certain range and prevent it from spreading outside. There's some things that ants don't have the right to hear, the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Lin Tian was even more curious. He didn't say anything and just stared at the middle-aged man, waiting for him to continue. Looking at Lin Tian's expression, the middle-aged man knew that Lin Tian was waiting for him to speak. You should know what the world we live in is like, right? Staring at Lin Tian, the old man said, I'm talking about the great world. Lin Tian's expression was calm. An old drunkard had asked him this question before. He said, the 10 heavens. The gray-robed, middle-aged man nodded. Since you know about the 10 directions heavenly domain, then you should know about other matters as well. It is said that as long as one breaks through the 10th heavenly layer and enters the 10th heavenly layer, they will be able to achieve immortality, sharing the same lifespan as the heavens and earth, achieving eternity. What are you trying to say? Get to the point. Lin Tian frowned. The middle-aged man snorted. He was a little unhappy with Lin Tian's attitude. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. At this moment, his expression became cold and arrogant. He said, The array manipulators want to break through the 10th heaven. Lin Tian was expressionless. he said coldly, break through the 10th heaven? Since ancient times, who didn't want to break it? As he spoke, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. You're saying that you're not the only array manipulator? The gray-robed middle-aged man was quite satisfied with Lin Tian's reaction. You're finally paying attention. The gray-robed middle-aged man laughed arrogantly. Lin Tian frowned and stared straight at the gray-robed middle-aged man. At this moment, he recalled what the president of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild had said to him when he was still in the Imperial City. He said that in the Chong Tian domain, the Array Manipulator Guild seemed to be plotting something. They were trying their best to rope in some powerful array manipulators. He warned him that if he encountered such a situation, he must not get involved with them, let alone rope in some array manipulators. He had a vague feeling that this gray-robed, middle-aged man had something to do with the matter that the president of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild had mentioned to him. When he thought of this, his expression turned solemn. In that case, you have many powerful array manipulators. He pretended to be careful and asked. Seeing Lin Tian's expression change and his tone become cautious, the gray-robed middle-aged man was delighted. Of course, very many. The gray-robed middle-aged man said. Lin Tian's heart sank. He pretended to be more careful and asked tentatively, You gathered together because the gray-robed middle-aged man laughed arrogantly. Didn't I say before? To break through the 10th heaven's barrier and achieve eternal immortality. Lin Tian frowned. He paused and said, Break through the 10th heaven's barrier? It shouldn't be that easy. Since ancient times, there have been a few powerhouses who reached the end of the chaos, but they couldn't break through the 10th heaven's barrier. If those powerhouses couldn't break through, then no matter how many ordinary people gathered together, it would be useless, right? At this moment, his expression was no longer careful, and his tone was slightly deeper. Of course, he was also acting. After all, the 10th heaven's barrier was really difficult to break through. No, it should be said that there was no hope. At this moment, his tone was slightly more serious, so that he could draw out the other party's next words. Sure enough, seeing Lin Tian frowning again and no longer being as careful as before, the gray-robed, middle-aged man snorted. Of course it won't be that easy. Therefore, the array manipulators have been preparing for a long time. This preparation started after the disappearance of the Array Emperor. After many generations, until my generation, I don't know how long it has been. Time flies. Finally, the array manipulators have the hope of realizing God's wish in this generation. As he spoke, a trace of fanaticism appeared on the gray-robed, middle-aged man's face. Breaking through the 10th heaven's barrier was the dream of all cultivators. Lin Tian's heart sank. The Array Emperor, one of the 9 great celestial lords, a supreme powerhouse who specialized in the study of arrays. What do you mean by preparation? What is going on? Staring at the gray-robed, middle-aged man, Lin Tian's expression became cautious again. He asked, back then, even the Array Emperor couldn't break through the 10th heaven's barrier. As he spoke, he looked at the gray-robed, middle-aged man with a puzzled expression. Clearly, he was waiting for the other party to continue and wanted to get more information out of him. The two of them stood in the sky, motionless. This caused many people in the Euro Palace to reveal strange expressions. That person and the Divine Master, why? Why aren't they moving? What are they doing? They seem to be saying something. But why can't I hear anything? I can't hear anything either. This me too. Many people were puzzled. Jiyu and Xian Chengyun stood together. The immortal artifact stone mirror was controlled by Jiyu. Both of them looked at the sky. In the sky, Lin Tian and the gray-robed middle-aged man were 50 feet apart. A breeze blew past. Hearing Lin Tian ask what he was preparing, the gray-robed middle-aged man's expression became cautious. He stared at Lin Tiandao and said, You look about 17 years old this year, but you have already reached the 6th stage of array control. You are definitely a top genius in the field of array control. That's why I want to talk to you. However, what I want to talk to you about is a core secret of array control. I can't tell you so easily. You need to show some sincerity. Lin Tian frowned. He naturally understood what the other party meant. He looked at the other party, paused, and pretended to be very serious. He asked, "Is there really hope to break through the 10th heaven?" Seeing Lin Tian's serious expression, the gray-robed middle-aged man felt that Lin Tian was attracted and nodded. Lin Tian's expression became serious. He struggled. After a while, his expression finally became firm. He raised his left hand and raised the 3 fingers in the middle. He said solemnly, "I swear on my Tao heart that I will not reveal a single bit of what I hear today. In the future, I will join the array control sect with fellow Taoist Gray and contribute to the array control sect's divine will. If I violate this oath, I will definitely face the immortal heavenly tribulation and be struck by lightning." The gray-robed, middle-aged man was moved. He finally smiled and said, "Good." Since ancient times, cultivators didn't dare to casually swear. Now that Lin Tian had made such a vicious oath to himself, the gray-robed, middle-aged man immediately believed Lin Tian completely. "Can you say it now?" Lin Tian's expression was a little ugly. He said in a deep voice, "Of course." This ugly expression was also intentional. It was just to numb the other party as much as possible. The gray-robed, middle-aged man laughed. "Young man, don't be like this. Your oath is very valuable. You won't be disappointed." As he spoke, the gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression became more serious and arrogant. He said, "The barrier of the 10th heaven in the 10 heavens is unimaginably strong. Even the heavenly venerables at the end of the chaos couldn't break it. However, no matter how strong the heavenly venerables are, they are only one person. One person's strength is ultimately limited. After the death of the Array Emperor, we, the Array Manipulator branch, have gathered countless powerful array manipulators from different eras to construct a vast immortal heavenly array. With this immortal heavenly array as the foundation and the power of all living beings in the future, we will definitely be able to break through the barrier of the 10th heaven. Even if we can only create a large crack, our entire array manipulator branch will be able to enter the 10th heaven." The gray-robed, middle-aged man's eyes were filled with divine light. Immortal sky array? Power of all living beings? Lin Tian was puzzled. The gray-robed array control master nodded. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "The array control sect resides above the 9th heaven and belongs to the Desolation Shrine. We are the holy sect of array masters." The gray-robed, middle-aged man continued, "The immortal sky array is the result of countless powerful array control masters' lifetime understanding of array Tao. It is the most powerful divine array in history. Its power is boundless. As for the power of all living beings, that is what I am collecting now." The gray-robed, middle-aged man spread out his hand, and a soul shadow appeared in his palm. The soul shadow was struggling madly, exuding a bloody aura and a resentful aura. "I came from the 9th heaven to collect these blood souls. When these blood souls are gathered together, they will become the power of all living beings." Lin Tian stared at the blood soul in the gray-robed, middle-aged man's hand. He was very familiar with this blood soul. It was one of the blood souls he saw outside an ancient city that was massacred in Northern Flame country not long ago. At that time, the blood soul had drifted away. He didn't expect it to be collected by this gray-robed old man. His eyes turned cold and he clenched his fists. His guess was right. Everything was the work of this man. The massacre of the 13 cities was indeed ordered by this man. Thinking of the ordinary people that were brutally massacred in the 13 cities and the blood souls that he saw struggling, he wasn't even surprised that the gray-robed, middle-aged man came from the 9th heaven. He only felt a stifling feeling in his chest. You don't have to feel sorry for these ordinary people. They are just ants, not worth mentioning. The gray-robed, middle-aged man kept the blood soul and smiled proudly at Lin Tian. I am the descendant of a big shot in the Desolation Shrine. Therefore, I know a lot of things. Not long ago, I came to the first heaven with a special method to collect the power of all living beings. Looking at Lin Tian, the gray-robed, middle-aged man continued, "You are only 17 years old, and your array control technique has already reached such a high level. In the future, come with me. We will collect more power of all living beings in this heaven realm and then return to the Desolation Shrine together. If you follow me, you will be able to obtain a lot. Your future achievements will be limitless and your future will be smooth sailing. Most importantly, in the future, we will be able to step into the 10th heaven, which no one has ever entered before, and obtain an immortal body. Of course, I also said that during this process, I will need your array control technique. You will have to help me do some things." Lin Tian was really too outstanding. At the age of 17, he had already reached the 6th order array control technique. Such talent in the Tao of arrays could be said to be unprecedented, almost comparable to that of the array heavenly sovereign. This really moved the gray-robed, middle-aged man. If he could take Lin Tian under his wing, he would definitely be able to help him achieve great things in the future. Therefore, he told Lin Tian all this. One had to know that although he was the descendant of a big shot in the Desolation Shrine, and his status was not low, there were many people of the same age as him in the Desolation Shrine. He had come to the first heaven this time to collect some blood souls and offer them to the Desolation Shrine. "Are you done?" Lin Tian opened his mouth. The gray-robed, middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "That's about it." "Okay, come with me first. Pooh!" A sword light streaked across the middle-aged man's chest. It was so fast that it left a deep and bloody wound on his chest. So much so that even his bones could be seen. The gray-robed, middle-aged man screamed and staggered back in the void. The soundproof runes also collapsed. What are you doing?" Chapter 494. The headless corpse fell from the sky and landed on the ground of the Uro's royal palace. Blood spurted out from his throat. Please search Product and Book Yin Network to see the most complete novel. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. God-tier master was dead? How could this be? All the soldiers were stunned. In the distance, the jade in front of the Uro's king's chest shattered. He sat on the ground, trembling. At this time, even Xian Chengyun and Ji Yu were stunned. Lin Tian killed a second heaven, reaching immortal. Super brother-in-law. Xian Chengyun was excited. His eyes were shining. A transcending celestial realm powerhouse was a godlike existence in the mortal world. But now, Lin Tian had killed such a powerhouse all by himself. Ji Yu was also stunned. Lin Tian really had the strength to kill a celestial reaching immortal. In the sky, Lin Tian tilted his head and smiled at Ji Yu and Xian Chengyun. He put away the stone mirror and quasi-immortal sword and descended. He landed beside the headless corpse of the gray-robed man and stared at the corpse. In fact, it was very difficult for him to kill the gray-robed man. After all, the gray-robed man was not only a second heaven reaching immortal, but also a 7th-stage array manipulator. If he fought with him with all his strength, it was hard to say who would win. However, after the other party recognized the eternal killing formation outside his body, he immediately sank into fear. He no longer dared to clash head-on with him. His battle chi had completely declined to the bottom, and he only knew how to flee. As such, he was killed by him in a short period of time. From this point, he once again experienced how terrifying the 9 celestial lords were. Just an incomplete technique was enough to cause such a powerful enemy to be so terrified and lose his will to fight. One could imagine how terrifying the 9 celestial lords were when they were alive. They must have been invincible existences who could suppress the heavens with a single hand. It was not a legend that they could suppress everything. Those 9 people were so terrifying. The light in his eyes intertwined as he looked up at the sky. the ninth layer of heaven, the desolate shrine. In the past, he had heard the guild leader of the royal city's array manipulator guild mention that the array manipulator lineage of the upper heaven realm might be plotting something, but he didn't expect it to be so grand. They had actually spent countless years gathering all of the powerful array manipulators to inscribe an immortal heavenly formation in hopes of breaking through the barrier of the 10th layer. More importantly, the source of the formation was actually the souls of living beings. Presumably, in the past, there were some array manipulators who were not willing to join the array manipulators and discovered some clues. Therefore, they left behind some records which were known by later generations of array manipulators. Of course, these clues were just a bad premonition of the array manipulators back then. They only felt that the array manipulators in the upper echelon had some kind of scheme, but as for the specifics, they did not know. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. This time, he really discovered a big secret in the first heaven. After a pause, he shook his head and looked at the corpse of the gray-robed, middle-aged man again. He found a blood-stained stone ring next to the corpse and took it. He scanned it with his Zhenyuan and found that the space inside the stone ring was surprisingly large. It was more than 10,000 cubic meters. Moreover, there were densely packed things inside. It was a bit scary. He used his divine sense to invade the ring. There were many pills inside, almost all of which were 4th grade Baoden. There were even some 5th grade Baoden. Of course, these were not the most important things. The most important thing was that he found a lot of divine ability manuals in the stone ring. There were Earth Extinguishing Wheel, God Destroying Pagoda, Immortal Fire Palace, Frost Sword, and other divine ability manuals. Not too strong, but not too weak either. The collection is really rich. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's stone ring contained many 4th grade and above Baoden, as well as more than a dozen divine ability manuals. This could be regarded as a huge fortune. The gray-robed, middle-aged man should have collected them from all over the years. Needless to say, the value of 4th grade and above Baoden was amazing. As for the dozen or so divine ability manuals, although they were not very attractive to him now, he could give them to Ji Yu, Su Shu, and the people of the Burning Sun sect to cultivate, including the 2 high-grade immortal swords that he had seized from the other party and the 2 quasi-immortal swords that he had obtained from the 2 Zephyr Realm powerhouses. All of these things could be said to be a huge treasure trove. He put away the stone ring and prepared to organize it later. Brother-in-law, Xian Chengyun ran over. Ji followed and asked, "Are you okay?" She found that Lin Tian was seriously injured before. Lin Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just a small injury." This was the truth. He had experienced many battles. Although he was seriously injured in this battle, it was really nothing. Ji nodded and smiled peacefully. She was finally relieved. For a moment, the 3 of them turned their heads and looked at the front of the Euro Imperial Palace. In front of the Euro Imperial Palace, the Euro Emperor trembled as he met the gazes of the 3 people, especially Lin Tian's gaze. He could not help but tremble violently. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian strode forward with Xian Qingyun and Ji Yu behind him. There were many soldiers and generals in front of them. They were not weak, but when they saw Lin Tian and the other 2 walking over, they all trembled and made way for them. What a joke! Lin Tian had killed a god tier master. He was as terrifying as a god. After witnessing the fierce battle just now, who would dare to stand in front of him? They were simply courting death. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in front of the Euro Emperor. You! The Euro Emperor trembled, and the fear in his eyes deepened. "Now, can we have a good talk?" Lin Tiandao said. "Talk, you. What do you want to talk about?" The Euro Emperor trembled. Xian Chengyun snorted, and his eyes were filled with coldness and anger. He shouted, "Your Euro country destroyed 13 cities of our Bayan country, and even killed all the innocent people in those 13 cities. What do you think my brother-in-law wants to talk to you about. The Euro Emperor trembled and stared at Lin Tian in fear. Lin Tiandao said, "Although the mastermind is that middle-aged man in gray robes, you are also an accomplice. You can't avoid the responsibility. I won't kill you, but I will compensate you. Give half of the Euro royal family's resources to the Baiyan royal family. Give up 52 cities and publicly apologize to the Baiyan country. Then we will forget about this matter. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, the Euro Emperor trembled even more. Half of the Euro royal family's resources, giving up 52 cities as compensation, was equivalent to half of the Euro country being destroyed. However, even so, the Euro Emperor did not dare to have any objections. He could only nod and agree. No objections. The battle between Lin Tian and the gray-robed middle-aged man was like a god or a demon. It would not take much effort for him to destroy the Uro's royal palace. Knowing Lin Tian's strength, how could the king of Uros have the courage to resist? That would be asking for trouble. All right, I hope you can complete this in half a month. Lin Tiandao did not say anything after that. He turned around and left. Ji Yu and Xian Chenyun followed beside him. Soon, the three of them disappeared from the Euro royal family. At this time, everyone in the Euro royal family heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if the Demon King had left. The Euro Emperor coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Many soldiers were shocked and quickly ran over. Lin Tian and the other two did not stop after leaving the Euro royal family. They left the Euro royal family and returned to the Baiyan country. "Brother-in-law, how are you so powerful?" Along the way, Xian Chenyun stared at Lin Tian, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with light and worship. "Because I am a genius," Lin Tian laughed. He did not feel restrained when he was with his friends. He was very comfortable. "Then, brother-in-law, lend me some of your genius radiance." Xian Chenyun laughed. "Get lost." Lin Tian scolded him. Ji Yu looked at the two with a peaceful smile on his beautiful face. He did not interrupt their conversation. 2 days later, the three of them returned to the Baiyan country camp. "You're finally back. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Zhu Yi and Ji Yuanshan came out to welcome them. The two of them did not ask about the outcome of the trip. They were already very happy to see the three of them return safely. After all, the three of them had gone to the Euro royal family. The two of them were so worried that they could not sleep. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Euro royal family did not invade the Baiyan country in the past few days, so the two of them could relax a little. "Fine? How can you be fine? This is serious," Xian Qingyun said. Xian Qingyun immediately told them about how Lin Tian showed off his power in the Euro royal family. Zhu Yi and Ji Yuanshan's expressions changed drastically. Lin Tian broke into the Euro royal family and killed an immortal ascension cultivator alone. Ji Yuanshan turned his head with difficulty and looked at his granddaughter. "It's true, Grandpa," Ji Yu said. This time, Ji Yuanshan and Zhu Yi were really shocked. A young man. Ji Yuanshan sighed. He was only 17 years old, but he already had such strength. Zhu Yi was even more agitated. When he heard Xian Qingyun mention that Lin Tian wanted the Black Luo country's emperor to hand over half of the royal family's resources to the Northern Flame royal family and give up 52 cities to the Northern Flame country, his eyes shone with tears. One must know that this was a huge amount of wealth to a country. He bowed to Lin Tian. Thank you very much. Don't be like this. We're friends. It's only right to help a friend." Lin Tian quickly stopped Zhu Yi's actions. Zhu Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm being unreasonable, but this is really..." What Lin Tian did today was unimaginably important to the future development of the Baiyan country. As the current emperor of the Baiyan country, Zhu Yi did not know what to say to express his gratitude. All right, let's go back. Before we came, we agreed to prepare a banquet to celebrate. Lin Tian smiled. Of course, of course. Zhu Yi nodded heavily. On this day, the group returned to the Beiyan country. It took them 3 days to return to the Beiyan royal city. Almost on the day of their return, Zhu Yi announced as the emperor of the Beiyan country that the war with the Euro country had ended with the victory of the Beiyan country. The Euro country would give 52 cities and compensate half of their resources to the Beiyan royal family. They would also publicly apologize to the Beiyan royal family. This made everyone in the Beiyan royal city happy. After that, Zhu Yi announced again that he and all the ancestors of the Beiyan royal family would confer Lin Tian as the eternal emperor of the Beiyan country. He would have the same power as the founding emperor of the Beiyan country. He could impeach the future emperor of the Beiyan country and appoint a new emperor at any time. He had supreme power, even more than the emperor and ancestors of the Beiyan country. In the Beiyan royal palace, Lin Tian heard this and could not help but smile bitterly. He said to Zhu Yi, "This is too much." "Not at all," Zhu Yi said seriously. "If it weren't for you, the Beiyan country would have been destroyed. The people of the Beiyan country would have suffered a great disaster. It's no exaggeration to say that you are the savior of the Beiyan country." Then, Zhu Yi suddenly felt embarrassed. He said, "But, speaking of which, this title is definitely useless to you." Chapter 495. Lin Tian had indeed done the Northern Flame royal family a huge favor this time. All the ancestors of the Northern Flame royal family, who were still alive, all showed up to express their gratitude and held a banquet in the palace to celebrate Lin Tian. Of course, it was also to celebrate Ji Yuanshan and the others. Lin Tian did not stay in the palace for long. Soon, he left and returned to the general's residence with Ji Yu. On this day, the day passed quickly, and the stars were faintly visible in the sky. Lin Tian sat alone at the top of a loft in the general's residence, looking at the stars and moon in the sky. His eyes flickered, and he frowned from time to time. This time, he had killed the gray-robed, middle-aged man who came from the desolation shrine of the ninth heaven. It could be said that he had caused a lot of trouble. The people behind the gray-robed, middle-aged man might come looking for him in the future. Since it is located in the ninth heaven, there must be at least a nirvana realm existence in the desolation shrine. He muttered to himself. Compared to the nirvana realm, his current strength was too weak. Only such an inheritance would belong to a true powerhouse. Staring at the sky, his eyes flashed. Strength. He still needed strength. As long as he had enough strength, even if the people of the Desolation Shrine came looking for him in the future, he would not have to be afraid at all. He could just crush them with his powerful battle strength. "What are you thinking about?" A voice rang out. Ji Yu climbed up the loft from the side, only showing his head and staring at Lin Tiandao. "Nothing. You only show your head. It feels like you are peeping." Lin Tian joked. "What are you talking about?" Ji Yu was speechless. Lin Tian waved at Ji Yu. The two sat side by side at the top of the loft, looking at the moon and stars in the sky. The atmosphere was very warm. "Tomorrow I will go to the Xang clan to take a look. Then I will prepare to return to Fengjian City." Lin Tian said. Ji Yu knew that Lin Tian used to be from Fengjian City. He said, "I remember you said that you have a sister." Lin Tian nodded. Thinking of Lin Shi, he couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. "Asked a very good friend to take care of her. Speaking of which, I'm not a very good brother," he said. He did feel a little guilty towards Lin Shi. When he first came to this world, it was Lin Shi who took care of him. The little girl was very obedient and sensible. Later on, when he became stronger, he rarely took care of Lin Shi. He only focused on cultivating. On the other hand, Su Shu was always with Lin Shi. He knew this, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to continue on the path of cultivation, if he wanted to obtain great strength, then he had to head towards the higher heavens step by step. In this type of situation, even though he really wanted to bring Lin Shi with him, for the sake of Lin Shi's safety, he had no choice but to give up on this thought. Therefore, he basically couldn't take care of Lin Shi or accompany Lin Shi, even if he really wanted to. You actually love her very much. You naturally saw the gentleness in Lin Tian's eyes. He said, you also have your own things to do. Moreover, I know that you can accompany her now because you want to accompany her better in the future. Think about it. In this world where the strong are respected, only with great strength can you protect her well. You is also a cultivator, and a powerful one at that. As a cultivator, he understood Lin Tian. Naturally, he knew Lin Tian's thoughts. Lin Tianwei smiled and reached out to rub Jiyu's head. He was indeed thinking this way. He was very happy that someone understood him. Don't rub my head like that. You make me feel like a child. I'm not young anymore. Jiyu smiled. I remember that you are 17 years old now. A 17-year-old girl is a child. Lin Tian said. Jiyu rolled his eyes, as if you are 27 years old. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything else. Together with Jiyu, he quietly looked at the sky, the stars, and the moon. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Shall I go back with you? Jiyu whispered. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded. Okay. Jiyu's face lit up. He looked very happy. Lin Tian smiled. He looked at the stars in the sky and the moon. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. However, in the end, two figures appeared in his mind. They had been separated for more than a year. They would meet again tomorrow. Soon the night passed. At dawn, Lin Tian walked out of the general's mansion and went to the Xan family. After Xan Yao received some martial arts techniques and Baodan from Lin Tian, she successfully became the leader of the Xan family. Not only did the Xan family have a very high status in the business world, but they also improved rapidly in the martial arts world. Now, they were the #1 business family and the #1 martial arts family in the imperial city. My good brother, welcome, welcome. I thought you had forgotten about me. Xan Yao was wearing a long black dress, which outlined her seductive figure. She pressed herself against Lin Tian with a seductive fragrance. She was now the leader of the Xan family, but she didn't have the dignity of a leader at all. Just like before, she skillfully held Lin Tian's arm. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. She was really like a seductive little fairy. How could I forget? Lin Tian smiled. He was no longer the little kid he used to be. After going through battle after battle, his state of mind had been sharpened to be extremely strong. He didn't feel awkward at all with Xan Yao holding his arm. He looked very calm. This made Xan Yao roll her eyes. She felt that it was not as fun as when she was teasing Lin Tian. She let go of Lin Tian's arm. Sister, your charm has dropped. Xin Chengyun chuckled. You're asking for a beating. Xin Yao slapped Xin Chengyun's head. Lin Tian sat down in the Xan family and chatted a lot with Pushi. Some of the big shots of the Xan family came out to meet him in person. They were all very enthusiastic. One had to know that Lin Tian was now the eternal ancestor of the Beiyan country. He had more power than the emperor of the Beiyan country. Moreover, according to Xin Chengyun, Lin Tian had returned from the legendary sect. He was now in the airborne realm and could kill even immortal ascension cultivators. How could the big shots of the Xan family not be enthusiastic? About 4 hours later, Lin Tian said goodbye to Xan Yao and the others. He left the Xan family and returned to the general's mansion. At this time it was noon. Are they leaving? Jiyu asked. She didn't go with Lin Tian to the Xan family. Instead, she prepared some things at the general's mansion. After all, she was going to Fengjian City with Lin Tian to meet Lin Tian's sister and good friends. She had to prepare some gifts. After preparing these things, she took out the demon horses that Yu Wuxuang gave her and Lin Tian. She fed them herself, making the 2 demon horses full of energy. Lin Tian saw the 2 demon horses next to Jiyu. He saw the majestic look of the 2 demon horses and some expensive fodder next to them. He immediately knew that Jiyu had fed the 2 demon horses. Of course, he also knew why Jiyu did so. Feeding the demon horses full and making them full of energy would allow the 2 of them to get to Fengjian City as soon as possible. "Thank you," he said. Looking at Jiyu, he was a little touched. This girl was not only quiet and dignified, but also very considerate. She knew that he missed Lin Shi, so she didn't go with him to the Xan family in the morning. Instead, she personally fed the 2 demon horses at the general's mansion. This made his heart warm. It should be known that this sort of thing could be handed over to the servants to do, but Jiyu did it personally. "Why are you saying this?" Jiyu rolled her eyes. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "You're right. I'm being unreasonable. Well, are we leaving now?" Jiyu's eyes were very bright. She wanted to see Lin Tian's sister. Her face was full of stupid and eager expression. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Let's go now," he said. Jiyu was still in the Beiyan Imperial Palace. Lin Tian told the butler of the general's mansion to inform the old general of his and Jiyu's whereabouts. Then he rode the demon horse and left the imperial city with Jiyu, heading towards Fengjian City. Fengjian City was a little far from the imperial city. It would take 4 or 5 days to get there on a fast horse. However, Lin Tian and Jiyu's demon horses were not ordinary. They arrived in just 1 day. "We're finally back." Looking at the gate of Fengjian City, Lin Tian's face showed a smile. "This is the 2nd time I'm here," Jiyu said. She remembered that the first time she was brought here by the old general. At that time, she suffered extremely serious injuries. She was saved by Lin Tian in this city, and then they formed a predestined marriage. He and Jiyu entered Fengjian City. They paid some spirit coins and handed the demon horses to a stable for management. One had to admit that the 2 demon horses were awe-inspiring. Compared to ordinary horses, they were indeed more frightening. When the manager of the stable saw the demon horses, led by Lin Tian, he was really shocked. He was on tenterhooks as he led the 2 demon horses to the best stable. He was afraid that the 2 demon horses would suddenly go berserk during the process. One had to know that these 2 demon horses were very tyrannical, demonic beasts. Lin Tian and Jiyu left the stable and walked in Fengjian City towards the Nanyang Martial Palace. Just like the last time Lin Tian came back to Fengjian City, people from both sides of the city quickly recognized Lin Tian. All of them turned pale with fright. The man who was famous in Fengjian City actually came back after a year. Moreover, there was a beautiful girl beside him. "You are very famous," Jiyu snickered. Walking along the way, she saw that practically everyone was pointing at Lin Tian, their faces full of awe and reverence. "It's all right." Lin Tianton smiled. He brought Jiyu and quickly arrived at the Nanyang Martial Palace. Without a doubt, his return shocked the disciples of the Nanyang Martial Palace. When they saw Jiyu beside him, the disciples of the Nanyang Martial Palace widened their eyes. All of them were attracted by Jiyu's appearance. Many of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide. "This is so beautiful." "That's right. She is as beautiful as senior sister Sushu." "No, she is even more beautiful than senior sister Sushu." They went deeper. In the Nanyang Martial Palace, everyone stared at Lin Tian and Jiyu. Lin Tian didn't pay much attention to it. He brought Jiyu and quickly arrived at a quiet, independent courtyard in the depths of the Nanyang Martial Palace. This was where Elder Mu Qing of the Nanyang Martial Palace stayed. Of course, because Elder Mu Qing basically stayed in the Nanyang Martial Palace's Elder Pavilion. This place had become Sushu's private residence. He had been here a few times before. When he and Jiyu arrived at this place and was about to push open the small fence outside the courtyard, a creaking sound came from the wooden door of the house inside the courtyard. The wooden door was pushed open and a girl in a long dress walked out. The girl's long hair stuck to her back elegantly. She exuded a youthful aura. She was Mu Qing's disciple, Sushu. She was even more beautiful now. Lin. Chapter 496. After being separated for more than a year, Lin Tian was very happy to see Sushu again. When he saw Sushu's stiff expression, he could naturally guess what was going on. He felt a little awkward and could only say, "You've become prettier." Although he was deliberately trying to find something to say, what he said was the truth. Sushu had indeed become prettier. She was not much worse than Jiyu. Jiyu looked at Sushu and saw the change in her expression. For a moment he was slightly moved. Sushu stared blankly at Jiyu without blinking. She did not react to Lin Tian's words at all. "Sushu? Sushu?" Lin Tian called out, but Sushu still did not react. Hence he called out a second time. "Ah, oh. Sushu came back to her senses and seemed a little flustered. Shao, she is taking an afternoon nap in the house. You can go in by yourself. Master is looking for me. I'll go over first." After saying that, Sushu walked out of the small courtyard. When she reached the courtyard door, she seemed very awkward. Her gaze would occasionally drift to Jiyu, who was beside Lin Tian. At this moment, footsteps and discussions could be heard from afar. Mu Qing and Sherdong were discussing some matters as they walked over. Soon, they arrived at the small courtyard. Elder Mu, Elder Shi. Lin Tian saw the two of them and quickly went forward to greet them. When he first came to the Nanyang martial house to cultivate, Mu Qing and Sherdong had saved his life. If not for them, he would have died at Mo Yi's hands during the assessment. After that, when he cultivated in the Nanyang martial house, the two of them took care of him and stood up for him several times. He had always remembered this kindness in his heart and respected the two of them very much. Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian, Mu Qing and Sherdong were stunned for a moment before they revealed looks of joy. In recent years, Lin Tian had been the most outstanding disciple in the Nine Sons martial house. They were very satisfied with Lin Tian. Not long ago, Lin Tian had come back once, saying that he was going to the sect to cultivate and would be delayed for a long time. Now that a year had passed, they were very happy to see Lin Tian again. "Greetings, seniors." Jiyu stepped forward and bowed. Mu Qing and Sherdong nodded at Jiyu warmly. Then Mu Qing looked at Sushu and scolded her. "Girl, Lin Tian is bringing guests back. Why are you standing in the courtyard alone? You don't even invite people in." Lin Tian explained. Sushu also just came out. "Elder Mu, aren't you looking for her for something? She's just preparing to go." Why are you looking for her?" Mu Qing was stunned. "I'm not looking for her." Lin Tian was surprised. "You're not looking for her?" Jiyu looked at Sushu, and his eyes flickered slightly. Sushu's entire face turned red. She was embarrassed and angry. She glared at Lin Tian and Mu Qing angrily, then turned and ran back into the house. Lin Tian and Mu Qing were speechless. Sherdong laughed and didn't hide it at all. He pulled Mu Qing and glanced at Jiyu, saying, "Do you understand?" Mu Qing was stunned and then smiled bitterly. He instantly understood. "Quick, go inside." Mu Qing said to Lin Tian and Jiyu. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, Elder." Jiyu thanked him and stepped into the small courtyard with Lin Tianyi. More than a year had passed. On this day, Lin Tian saw Lin Shi again in this small courtyard. The little girl was even more beautiful than before, like a little princess. When she saw Lin Tian, she rushed over, and tears fell from her beautiful big eyes. She was happy and sad at the same time. The little girl had never been separated from her brother for so long. "Shao, She is 10 years old this year. You've grown taller. I'm really sorry that I wasn't by your side all this time." Lin Tiandao apologized. He hugged the little girl, and his eyes were full of doting and love. He ignored everyone around him. He still remembered that when he first came to this world, he was very confused about everything and felt like banging his head against the wall. At that time, the little girl was only 8 years old, but she took care of him seriously. She washed and cooked for him. Because she was not tall, she even carried a stool and stood by the stove when cooking. Thinking of all these things in the past, he felt guilty. Brother has something important to do. Xiaoxi knows. Xiaoxi should support brother. The little girl was very sensible. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt even more guilty. His nose was a little sore. She was only 10 years old. No, from the moment they met, the little girl had been very obedient and always considerate of him. His eyes were full of tenderness. He scratched the little girl's nose. Ji Yu went forward, squatted down, and greeted Lin Shi. She took out a beautiful gift. It was a pure white princess dress. This white dress was very special. In the vast northern flame country, only the princesses of the royal family were qualified to wear it. Ji Yu was the granddaughter of Ji Yuanshan. When she was young, the Northern Flame country's royal family gave her this princess dress. However, she never wore it and kept it in her room. Previously, she knew that she was 10 years old this year. She was exactly the same age when she received the princess dress. Therefore, she found it and meticulously decorated it as a gift for Lin Shi. At the side, Mu Qing and Sherdong were shocked when they saw the princess dress. They looked at Ji Yu in surprise. As the elders of the Nine-Yang martial house, which was established by the Northern Flame country's royal family, they knew the value of this princess dress. They did not expect that the girl they met for the first time would give such a gift. It seemed like her identity was extraordinary. "Thank you, sister." "Lin," she said sweetly. It had to be said that not only was Ji Yu beautiful, but she also had a good personality. She was very quiet. Although they had just met, she liked her very much. Soon, she played with Lin Shi. However, the little girl still stuck to Su Shu's side most of the time. The time she spent with Su Shu was even more than the time she spent with Lin Tian, her brother whom she had not seen for a long time. After a while, Ji Yu came to Su Shu and handed her a beautiful jade card. "Hello, I am Ji Yu. Although this is the first time we met, I often heard Lin Tian mention you." This card was naturally not ordinary. It was also a gift from the Northern Flame country's royal family. Only the princesses of the Northern Flame country's royal family were qualified to wear it. Ji Yu had never worn it before. Su Shu hesitated and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian Wei smiled and nodded at her. Su Shu took it embarrassedly and said, "Thank you. I am Su Shu. Nice to meet you." Ji Yu smiled. Time passed quickly. In an instant it was night. At night, Lin Tian, Lin Shi, Ji Yu, Su Shu, Mu Qing, and Sherdong had some food in the small courtyard. Then Sherdong went back. Ji Yu and Su Shu cleaned up the dishes together. She also followed them into the house. Lin Tian wanted to help, but was called over by Mu Qing. Mu Qing walked out of the small courtyard. Lin Tian also followed behind. Soon, the two of them were far away from the courtyard. In the starry sky, the bright moon and stars intertwined, covering the land with a layer of silver light. After walking for a while, Mu Qing stopped. "Elder, is there something you need?" Lin Tian asked. Mu Qing nodded and looked at Lin Tian. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you are very outstanding. Since the establishment of the Nine-Yang martial house, you are the most outstanding genius. The previous geniuses could not compare to you." As he spoke, Mu Qing waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. I called you out because of my disciple. I want to talk to you." Lin Tian Wei was stunned. He immediately guessed something. Mu Qing looked at Lin Tian and said, This old bone of mine does not know how to be tactful. I will say it directly. Sure dong, and I can see that the girl has feelings for you. These feelings must have been born when you were cultivating in the Nine-Yong martial house. However, girls are thin-skinned and can't say it out loud. I think you can feel it. What I want to talk to you about is very simple. If you also have feelings for that girl, then treat her well in the future. If you don't have feelings for her, then tell me. I will tell her to give up as soon as possible. It will be good for both of you. I can see that you and the extraordinary girl you brought back have already fallen in love with each other. I don't have any opinion on this. On the path of martial arts, it's not a big deal to have a few more beauties. This is a very normal thing in the history of martial arts. Mu Qing gazed at Lin Tian and continued, I think that since you've returned this time, you should be leaving to cultivate again soon. Before you leave, I hope that you can tell me your final thoughts on this matter. Mu Qing looked at Lin Tian with a solemn expression. After all, Sushu was his only disciple. It was equivalent to his granddaughter. Lin Tian was silent. He nodded seriously and said, I understand, Elder Mu. Before I leave, I will definitely give you an answer. Mu Qing nodded and revealed a smile. The two of them stayed outside the small courtyard for nearly 4 hours. They talked about many things before returning to the small courtyard. When they returned, Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi were playing together. The atmosphere was very good. It was as if they were a family. Time to rest. Mu Qing smiled and walked back into the house. Sushu brought Lin Shi into the house. Jiyu followed them in. Lin Tian walked into the house. Not long after, he came out again. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Lin Tian sat down on a large rock in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. Sushu was very good to him. This was without a doubt. In his heart, Sushu was also a very important person. She was as important as Jiyu and Lin Shi. He naturally had feelings for Sushu. However, he did not know how to tell Jiyu. Although Mu Qing told him that it was normal to have many beauties in the history of martial arts, he still felt conflicted. He thought of Bai Qiu. He also had feelings for that genius girl. However, he also felt conflicted. He did not know how to face her. At this moment, a piece of white paper floated out of the house. There were beautiful words on it, and it happened to fall in front of him. Chapter 497. Jiyu was not stupid. He was very smart. When he saw Sushu for the first time, he knew everything from the changes in Sushu's expression. Please search #booknet to see the most complete. Novel Lin Tian saw the delicate handwriting on the white paper. His hand, holding the paper, trembled slightly. Thank you, he whispered to himself and carefully put away the paper. No one was willing to share their beloved with others. Jiyu's kindness really touched him. On the road of life, with such a beautiful woman, what more could a man ask for? He looked at the starry sky and suddenly became cheerful. He could finally face the prodigy girl of the second heaven properly. Huff! In the martial house, a gentle breeze blew, rolling up leaves. Lin Tian didn't go back to the house. Holding the back of his head with both hands, he lay down on the big stone in the yard. Looking at the starry sky and the bright moon in the sky, his heart was peaceful. Suddenly, he felt that every grass and tree in the world had become beautiful. He closed his eyes and took a short nap. Soon the night passed. In the sky, the morning sun rose, sprinkling a faint light on the land. Brother, a crisp voice sounded. Lin, she got up very early. Seeing Lin Tian lying on the big stone in the yard, she ran over and pushed Lin Tian. Lin Tian opened his eyes and saw Lin Shi, showing a gentle smile. Xiaoxi, you woke up so early. Yesterday, he fell asleep here directly. His nerves were so relaxed that he didn't even notice the little girl walking over. This made him shake his head in his heart. As a cultivator, he secretly felt that he was a little careless. However, he also felt very comfortable. Ever since he stepped on the path of cultivation, He had never been so relaxed as last night. He felt that his whole person had sublimated. "Lynn," she said, sweetly. "Sister Sue said that going to bed early and getting up early is good for the body. We wake up very early every day." Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little girl's head dotingly. "Brother will take you for a morning run." He asked Lin Shi, "What is a morning run?" The little girl was puzzled. Lin Tianyi smiled. Only then did he remember that there was no such thing as a morning run in this world. He explained, "It's just waking up in the morning and going for a jog to get some exercise." The little girl understood and nodded happily. It must be very interesting to run with her brother. At that moment, Lin Tian pulled the little girl out of the small courtyard and ran around the Nanyang Marshal House. After 2 hours, he brought Lin Shi back to the small courtyard. He remembered that it was time for breakfast. With his current cultivation, he wouldn't feel hungry or thirsty even if he didn't eat for a few days. However, he cherished every meal he had with his friends and family. There was a small round table in the small courtyard. Sherdong had come over early in the morning and was discussing some matters with Mu Qing. Naturally, breakfast was also served here. The breakfast was very simple, porridge and vegetables. However, when the few of them gathered together, there was quite a warm and harmonious feeling. Only Sushu's expression was not quite right. It was very unnatural. Lin Tian looked at Jiyu, and Jiyu nodded at him. He smiled slightly and looked at Mu Qing. "Elder, I want to bring Sushu to the sect to cultivate. Of course, I will also bring Xiaoxi along." Soon, he would indeed leave this heaven region again. Before that, he decided to bring Sushu and Lin Shi to the Valley of the Harp. As long as he asked, the Lord of the Valley of the Harp would definitely accept Sushu as a disciple. Cough! Sushu suddenly coughed dryly. Mu Qing was slightly stunned, but he quickly revealed a smile. Lin Tian's words were equivalent to giving him the best answer. "All right, I will leave her to you in the future," Mu Qing said. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Sushu. "Pack your things for the next few days. After a few days we will leave." Sushu glared and blushed. Who wants to go to the sect to cultivate with you? Did you ask for my opinion? A teacher for a day, a father for life. Your master has already agreed. You have no room to refuse." Lin Tian smiled. Mu Qing nodded cooperatively. "That's right." Sushu glared and blushed even more. She clenched her chopsticks tightly. Jiyu patted Sushu's shoulder and chuckled softly. "We will go to the Valley of the Harp to cultivate. I will also cultivate in the Valley of the Harp. In the future, I will accompany you. You will not be lonely. Little Lin, she will also go to the Valley of the Harp with us." Sushu was a girl. Jiyu naturally knew that Lin Tian would take Sushu to the Valley of the Harp. And because Lin Tian was the disciple of an old drunkard, there was no problem in asking the Lord of the Valley of the Harp to accept another disciple. Moreover, even without Lin Tian, as long as she asked, she could also ask the Lord of the Valley of the Harp to accept Sushu. After all, the Lord of the Valley of the Harp doted on her very much. Moreover, Sushu's aptitude was not bad. Now that she had reached the Knowledge Sea realm, it was very extraordinary. Sushu opened her mouth. Her cheeks were red, but she could not speak. "Well, it's decided." Lin Tian smiled. "Of course, this is a great thing." Sherdong smiled. Mu Qing also smiled. Sushu was his disciple, just like his granddaughter. Now, a big stone was lifted from his heart. This meal was very peaceful. "Oh, right, old man Mu, I think we should invite Lin Tian to teach the martial path to the martial house's disciples," Sherdong suddenly said. Mu Qing's eyes lit up. Recently, the Nanyang Martial House was preparing to teach all the disciples about the hardships of the martial path. They were going to talk about the importance of the heart of martial Tao, and they were going to talk about the comprehension of the martial path. He and Sherdong had been discussing this matter recently. Now that he heard Sherdong's words, Mu Qing was moved. First of all, Lin Tian was very strong. He could see that he was stronger than both him and Sherdong. He had experienced the 9 Yang martial house, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, and the legendary sect. Secondly, Lin Tian was almost the same age as the martial house's disciples. Moreover, he was also a disciple of the 9 Yang martial house. If Lin Tian taught the martial path to the martial house's disciples, it would be easy for the martial house's disciples to integrate. Lin Tian, is that okay? Mu Qing asked Lin Tian and briefly mentioned this matter. Of course, no problem. Lin Tian nodded his head. He had once cultivated in the 9 Yang martial house, and this matter was proposed by Mu Qing and Sherdong. He naturally had no reason to refuse. After the morning meal, Jiyu and Sushu cleaned up the dishes. Lin Tian and Mu Qing discussed the matter of teaching the martial house's disciples. However, this matter didn't require much discussion. For the current Lin Tian, teaching the martial path to the body refinement realm and divine vein realm disciples was too easy. Very quickly a day passed. On this day, as soon as the sun rose, a large battle stage was set up in the 9 Yang martial house's martial field. The entire martial field was packed. All the martial house's disciples were present. Even the inner courtyard's geniuses were all present. It was said that a former 9 Yang martial house's genius would be teaching the martial path, and this genius was currently cultivating in the legendary sect. Is he really cultivating in the legendary sect? Of course. This senior Lin Tian had once caused a ruckus in the imperial city. Recently, there were rumors that senior Lin Tian seemed to have helped our Northern Flame country through a huge disaster. He was conferred the title of Northern Flame Country's eternal regal ancestor by the Northern Flame Country's royal family. His authority in the Northern Flame Country is even greater than the Northern Flame Emperor. He is comparable to the founder of the Northern Flame Country. What? Is there such a thing? I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be fake. It came from the Imperial City. Eternal regal ancestor of the Northern Flame Country. This is equivalent to the founder of the Northern Flame Country preaching to us. Isn't that so? On the martial field, many martial house's disciples were excited. Jiyu and Sushu had also arrived. Little Lin, she was beside them, and all of them were staring at the battle stage in front of them. This guy, Sushu muttered to herself. That delicate and pretty young man had actually achieved so much in just a little over a year. He's very powerful, right? Jiyu smiled. Sushu didn't say anything. She only nodded, and there was a glimmer in her eyes. Big brother is so awesome. Lin, she was very happy. 15 minutes later, Lin Tian went up the stage, causing a commotion in the martial field. Many martial houses' disciples cheered, and the sound waves came one after another. Regarding this, Lin Tian was very calm. He smiled faintly and went straight to the point. He explained the martial Tao to the 9 martial house's disciples. He also talked about some of his insights and experiences on the path of cultivation. Many of the disciples were intoxicated. Lin Tian was now a powerful existence at the fourth firmament of the imperial sky realm. His insights on cultivation were undoubtedly a great fortune for these ordinary physique, refinement realm, and divine pulse realm cultivators. It could save them a lot of detours. On this day, the lecture only ended at dusk. Many of the disciples were reluctant to part with Lin Tian. They bowed in unison to express their gratitude. You're welcome. Lin Tiandao. He had walked out of the 9 martial house and talked about the Tao of cultivation in the 9 martial house. After all, he had learned a lot in the 9 martial house. It could be said that the 9 martial house had helped him a lot. Soon it was nighttime again. At night, when everyone was asleep, Lin Tian flew up from the 9 martial house and disappeared from the martial house. About half an hour later, he appeared in front of a vast primeval forest. It was the dark forest outside Fengjian City. He flew into the dark forest and came to a familiar place. When he was cultivating in Fengjian City, he met a girl in the dark forest. It was the Violet Fairy. Now that he was here again, he hoped to see her again. When he met the Violet Fairy for the second time, he knew that she was definitely an extraordinary person. In the second heaven, she scared the nether demon dragon away with a single word. From this, he could already guess that little Violet, the noble girl he met in the dark forest, was definitely a supreme existence in the chaotic realm. However, he didn't think of the Violet Fairy as an invincible figure. In his heart, the Violet Fairy was still the girl he first met. She was as pure as a fairy. He still remembered that pair of glass-like eyes. They were very beautiful. He came here purely to see her again. He just wanted to talk to her and chat with her. However, some things didn't go as he wished. He walked through the forest, but he couldn't feel the Violet Fairy's aura at all. He couldn't even see her figure. Little Violet. He whispered and glanced at the old forest in a daze. After a while, he turned around and walked away, step by step in the night. A light breeze blew, and the old trees swayed. Chapter 498. As a supreme existence in the chaotic realm, the moment Lin Tian returned to the heavenly region, the Violet Fairy had already sensed it. After that, everything that Lin Tian did was within her perception, including Lin Tian killing the gray-robed array controller from the desolate shrine in Black Luo country, as well as the worry in Lin Tian's eyes when he looked up at the sky above the general's residence. In the battle of the heavenly road, the one who reaches the top is the king. A faint voice floated in the dark forest. The beautiful eyes closed, and the entire dark forest seemed to have lost its color in an instant. Everywhere was silent. When Lin Tian returned to the Nine-Yang martial house, the sky was still dark, but there were still stars in the sky. It was very bright. He did not rest. Instead, he lay down on the big rock outside the small courtyard, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when the sky was bright, she woke Lin Tian up from the rock again. "Brother, you said that you would bring us out to play today." "Lin," she said. She was now already 10 years old. A 10-year-old girl's height was already not that short. Even though she couldn't be considered slender and elegant, she was still more lively than girls of the same age, full of spirituality. Lin Tian was awakened by the push. He rubbed She's head lovingly. After breakfast, he called Jiyu and Sushu to walk out of the Nine-Yang martial house together. On the streets of Fengjian City, there were endless hawkers. There were many small vendors on both sides. Under Jiyu's insistence, she changed into the princess dress that Jiyu gave her. Walking on the streets, she looked like a princess of the imperial family. Many people on both sides of Fengjian City were stunned. These ordinary people did not know the value of the princess dress. They only thought that she looked very suitable when she wore it. She looked more like a princess than the real princess of the imperial family. "Sister Su, it's very lively over there." "Sister Yu, do you want to go there to play?" She's mouth was very sweet. Jiyu and Sushu held the little girl's hand as they walked on the street. They attracted a lot of attention. Lin Tian followed behind the 3 girls. Although it was said that he was bringing the 3 girls out to play, in reality, he was not very good at shopping. Basically, he was just following behind the 3 girls as a guard. During this time, he went to Fengjian City's Array Manipulator Association and paid a visit to Guzheng. He also greeted the receptionist at the front desk, Xiao Fei. Of course, he had also made a trip to the Qin clan in Fengjian City. Back when he was still cultivating in the Nine-Yang martial house, he had handed over the Lin clan's property to the Qin clan for them to act on his behalf. Now, these ordinary spirit coins weren't of much use to him. But even if they weren't of much use to him, they still belonged to him. So he naturally had to ask for an explanation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian was preparing to leave Fengjian City. "Seniors, here are some baodan. They should be useful for your future cultivation." Lin Tian took out some 4th-grade baodan and handed it to Mu Qing and Sherdong. These baodan were very valuable. They were very useful for increasing one's blood chi and breaking through to a higher level. Then he took out 2 long swords, both of which were upper grade. He handed them to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Weapons of this grade were nothing to him now. This is too valuable. We can't accept it. Mu Qing shook her head. Sherdong also shook his head. A 4th grade Baodan was an upper grade treasure. It could be auctioned off for a sky-high price. It's nothing. Please don't reject it. Lin Tiandao. In the end, under Lin Tian's insistence, Mu Qing and Sherdong accepted the Baodan and the treasured swords. At noon, Lin Tian, Lin Shi Jiyu, and Su Shu walked out of the Nanyang martial house. Lin Tian went to get 2 demonic horses and prepared to return to the imperial city. Outside of Fengjian City, Mu Qing and Sherdong came to watch the 4 leave. Master, take care. I will come back to see you often. Also, Elder Shi, take care of yourself. Su Shu said. She was considered a princess in the Nanyang martial house and had always been taken care of. Mu Qing and Sherdong nodded. Don't worry about us. Just cultivate well in the sect. Grandpa Shi, Grandpa Mu, goodbye. Xiaoxi will miss you. Lin Shi said. This time, Lin Tian was going to take her with him. She was very happy, but she was sad to part with Mu Qing and Sherdong. In the past year, the 2 elders in the Nanyang martial house had been very good to her, treating her like a granddaughter. Good girl. The 2 rubbed the little girl's head, their eyes full of doting love. That was because the little girl was very lovable. Elders, take care. Lin Tian said goodbye to the 2. Take care. Mu Qing and Sherdong nodded and looked at Lin Tian with gratification. The Nanyang martial house had attracted such a young genius in their generation. Their lives were worth it. Lin Tian nodded and mounted the horse. There were 2 demonic horses. Lin Tian and Lin Shi rode one, while Jiyu and Su Shu rode the other. Soon, the demon horse neighed as it galloped off into the distance. What a good man! Mu Qing looked at Lin Tian's back and said softly, That's right. He even abducted your precious disciple. Sherdong teased. The 2 looked at each other and laughed before returning to the Nanyang martial house. Lin Tian, Lin Shi, Su Shu, and Jiyu rode 2 demonic horses and returned to the imperial city a day later. After returning to the imperial city, Lin Tian didn't stay for long. He only took Su Shu, Jiyu, and Lin Shi to say goodbye to familiar friends and Ji Yuan Shan. The next day, the 4 of them left the imperial city and headed to the Valley of the Harp. A month later, a secluded valley appeared in front of them. It's so beautiful. Lin Shi blinked. From the outside, one could not see much of the scenery in the Valley of the Harp, but even so, such a sect was still more amazing than the Nanyang martial house. It was only the tip of the iceberg, but it was still far from what the Nanyang martial house could compare to. Let's go. Lin Tian on Dao. With Jiyu accompanying them, no disciples outside the Valley of the Harp stopped them this time. The 4 of them entered the Valley of the Harp easily. In the Valley of the Harp, the immortal plants were tall and straight, and the spirit chi was very dense. The pavilions and buildings showed a solemn and ancient aura, as expected of a sect. Su Shu was surprised. Compared to the Valley of the Harp, the Nanyang martial house was really nothing. Don't be surprised. You will see a wider world in the future. Lin Tian smiled. The Valley of the Harp was not bad, but it was nothing compared to some of the great sects in the second layer of the heavenly region. If it was compared to the ancient aristocratic families or the sacred grounds of inheritance, it would pale in comparison. It was a world of difference. After Lin Tian brought Su Shu and Lin Shi into the Valley of the Harp, Ji led the way and went straight to see the Lord of the Harp to explain the purpose of their visit. Of course, no problem. Yu Wushuang smiled and nodded. Lin Tian was the only disciple of an old drunkard. She naturally had no reason to reject an invitation to take in a disciple. Su Shu was also taken in by Yu Wushuang on this day, becoming the second disciple of this generation's Valley of the Harp's Lord. After that, Ji-yu personally brought Sushu to visit each and every one of the disciples in the Valley of the Harp. Many of the disciples in the Valley of the Harp were surprised. Since the establishment of the Valley of the Harp, generation after generation, the Lord of the Valley of the Harp would only take in one disciple. But now, the current Lord of the Harp had taken in a second disciple. This really surprised many disciples. However, although they were surprised, many disciples in the Valley of the Harp greeted Sushu warmly and respectfully. She was the direct disciple of the Lord of the Harp. Her status was many times higher than ordinary people. Of course, Sushu would not be arrogant because of this. Just like Ji-yu in the past, she was very humble and returned the greetings to each and every one of her fellow disciples. This way, she gained the respect of everyone. Of course, at the same time, Ji-yu also brought little Lin Shi to his side and introduced her to his fellow disciples in the Valley of the Harp. The little girl was very obedient and had a sweet tongue. She kept calling her big sister, which made the female disciples in the Valley of the Harp very happy. One by one, they gave her gifts: precious jade, immortal herbs, small swords, and so on. They piled up a small stone ring. "Little princess is so beautiful. Hee, in the future, come and play with big sister often." That's right. Lu Jie, Shirku, and a few other girls who had a good relationship with Ji-yu squatted beside Lin Shi. They all had smiles on their faces. Soon, the sky darkened and it was close to dusk. The Valley of the Harp is located on a very good terrain. Even though it is close to dusk, the light in the valley is still very bright. Lin Tian didn't follow Ji-yu and the other two girls. After all, they were going to visit the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp. It might not be convenient for him to follow them. He waited until Ji-yu, Sushu, and Lin Shi finished their visit and found the three of them. "Little you have reached the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. You can break through to the Zephyr Realm." Lin Tian smiled and said. With that said, he took out a Baodan which was crystal clear. It was the Zephyr Pill. When he was in the second heaven, he and Bai Qiu went to the ancient tomb of a certain alchemist and obtained 12 Zephyr Pills. This Baodan is a 4th grade pill. It can allow a cultivator at the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness to directly step into the Zephyr Realm. The most important thing is that it has no side effects. Really? Hearing Lin Tian mention the effect of the Zephyr Pill, Ji-yu's eyes were full of surprise. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of surprise. For cultivators, the Zephyr Realm is a great temptation. When one reaches the Zephyr Realm, they can fly freely. Of course, Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, Lin Tian protected Ji-yu. After Ji-yu swallowed the Zephyr Pill, he helped Ji-yu to refine the pill's effect with his true essence. Not long after, a majestic force rushed out of Ji-yu's body, and the barrier of the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness was broken. Ji-yu reached the Zephyr Realm. After slowly familiarizing herself with it for a while, she slowly ascended to the void. Standing in the void and looking down, Ji-yu was overjoyed. For the first time, she didn't hold back and directly jumped into Lin Tian's arms. In the blink of an eye, she reached the Zephyr Realm. Lin Tianyi smiled and patted her head. He took out another Zephyr Pill and put it in a small jade bottle, then handed it to Sushu. "You're only at the 2nd layer of the Sea of Consciousness now, so you can't take the Zephyr Pill yet. When you reach the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness, let Ji-yu protect you and refine this Baodan. You'll be able to reach the Zephyr Realm in a very short time." As he said that, he smiled and said, "After that, I'll find time to inscribe enough divine refining runes for you. These runes will at least help you increase your cultivation speed by 3 times. With the abundant spirit chi in the Valley of the Harp, I believe that you'll be able to reach the Zephyr Realm within a year and be able to fly freely." Okay. Chapter 499. After giving the flight pill to Sushu, Lin Tian took out 2 jade swords. They were high-grade immortal swords he had taken from the gray-robed old man. He had already refined them and engraved immortal-enhancing inscriptions on them in Fengjian City, making them even stronger. He gave them to Jiyu and Sushu. These are high-grade immortal artifacts. Keep them well. The two jade swords were almost identical. They were engraved with the same immortal-enhancing inscriptions. Faint immortal might lingered around them, and their power was terrifying. Sushu and Jiyu were both shocked. High-grade immortal artifacts. Even their sect didn't seem to have them. The value was too shocking. What about you? Sushu asked. I still have an immortal mirror. Don't worry. Lin Tiandao. Jiyu had seen Lin Tian use the stone mirror before. He told Sushu about it and carefully put away the jade swords. There's more. Lin Tiandao took out two jade slips. He had engraved them in Fengjin City and gave them to Jiyu and Sushu. There are two divine abilities recorded in each of them. They are the Frost Sword and the Illusory Immortal Light. Both of them are very suitable for women to cultivate. After killing the gray-robed, middle-aged man in the royal palace of Uros, he had obtained more than 10 divine abilities. After identifying them, he personally chose these two divine abilities and gave them to Sushu and Jiyu. They were very suitable for them to cultivate. Divine abilities? Techniques that are stronger than martial arts? Jiyu was slightly shocked. She knew more about cultivation than Sushu. She had also read many ancient books, so she naturally knew about divine abilities. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Sushu and Jiyu were both surprised and overjoyed. With a high-grade immortal artifact and a secret technique, their strength could be said to have multiplied countless times. By the way, Sushu said, can we let little Lin start cultivating? When she was in Nanyang Martial House, she had wanted to teach Lin how to cultivate. However, she didn't do it because she didn't know what Lin Tian was planning. Now that Lin Tian was back and they were all cultivators, she felt that she should ask him about it. She blinked and said seriously to Lin Tian, Brother, I want to cultivate. Although she was only 10 years old, she was very sensible and much more mature than children of her age because her parents had passed away. In addition, she had been in Nanyang Martial House for a long time. Naturally, she was familiar with cultivation. Her eyes were firm. Lin Tian thought about it and said, okay. He was a cultivator, Jiyu was a cultivator, and Sushu was also a cultivator. The people they would come into contact with in the future would also be cultivators. Therefore, it was inevitable that she would embark on the path of cultivation. Since she was destined to embark on the path of cultivation, it was very suitable for her to embark on the path of cultivation at the age of 10. It was the golden point of cultivation. Little she will become stronger. I won't let brother worry. Lin, she said seriously. Lin Tianyi was stunned. The doting look in his eyes became even more intense. This sister of his was too sensible. She embarked on the path of cultivation and became stronger just to not let him worry. He rubbed Lin's head and said to Jiyu, find me a quiet room. Huh? What are you doing? Jiyu was puzzled. Lin Tianyi smiled. You'll know later. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiyu and Sushu were a little curious. Jiyu said, then let's go to the White Lotus Pond. It's absolutely quiet there. The White Lotus Pond was a very special place in the Valley of the Harp. Only the Valley Master was qualified to enter it. It was the place where the Valley Master usually cultivated. Jiyu was the personal disciple of the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp. He was deeply doted on by Yu Shuang and could also enter it usually. Soon, the four of them arrived at the White Lotus Pond and entered the pavilion in the center. Okay, what are you going to do? Jiyu asked. Lin Tianyi smiled. With a wave of his right hand, a blood pill appeared in his hand. As soon as the blood pill appeared, astonishing vitality fluctuations immediately appeared in the space. Jiyu and Sushu were both shocked. Such strong vitality fluctuations. What is this? The two girls were surprised. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, blood pill condensed from the flesh of the dead under the extreme Een aura. The blood pill was priceless. He had obtained one in the second heaven, which directly allowed him to break through a small realm. This blood pill was something he obtained from killing a malicious ghost in the Demon Burial Valley when he returned to the first heaven. That malicious ghost had devoured the flesh and blood of some dead demon gods and condensed this blood pill, which was not inferior to the one he had obtained in the past. Shao Shi, come to the center and sit cross-legged. Swallow it, he said to Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded and obediently went to the center of the pavilion. Following Lin Tian's request, she carefully swallowed the blood pill. Suddenly, the little girl trembled as if she was hit by a torrent of energy. Don't worry, relax, Lin Tiandao said. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and his true yuan surged out. At the same time, his soul power also surged out and entered Lin Shi's body to help Lin Shi refine the blood pill. Gradually, a bloody light appeared outside Lin Shi's body, but it was not gloomy. On the contrary, it had a very holy fluctuation, like the stars in the night sky. What are you doing? Sushu was stunned. Marrow cleansing, Lin Tiandao said. He asked Lin Shi to swallow the blood pill, not to enhance Lin Shi's strength, but to use the pure vitality contained in the blood pill to improve Lin Shi's physique. He had cultivated before, so he knew that the first two realms of body refinement and divine veins were extremely difficult. One had to endure heart-wrenching pain from time to time. He didn't want little Lin Shi to suffer this kind of pain, so he used this blood pill to refine Lin Shi's flesh and blood in advance. In this way, in the future, Lin Shi's cultivation speed will not only be faster than others, but the pain caused by cultivation will also be reduced countless times. It can be said that this is an extremely extravagant squandering, because this simple blood pill has an astonishing value. Even some cultivators at the peak of the sea of knowledge will be jealous of it. But now he used it to refine the flesh and blood of a little girl who hasn't really stepped into the path of cultivation. Even the descendants of some holy lands in the second heaven didn't have such treatment. Buzz! Faint halos intertwined around Lin Shi's body. Gradually, Lin Shi's clothes were soaked with sweat, and some black sticky substance overflowed from her pores, exuding a faint fishy smell. Jiyu and Sushu were surprised. However, when they looked at Lin Shi, they found that the little girl's expression was very peaceful, and she even seemed to be enjoying it very much. Don't worry. These are the impurities in the flesh and blood. After we were born, we ate grains and grains, so these impurities naturally appeared in our bodies. The so-called body refinement realm, on the one hand, makes the flesh and bone stronger, and on the other hand, it also crushes the impurities in the flesh and blood. Of course, it's difficult for simple body refinement to completely remove these impurities. Lin Tiandao, after going to the second heaven, he had more contact with the path of cultivation and learned more about it. He used his true essence to help Lin Shi refine the blood pill. Only after another 2 hours had passed did he stop. At this time, Lin Shi's entire body was soaked in sweat, and the surface of his body was covered in black sticky matter, making the air in this pavilion a bit fishy. Xiaoyu, take Lin Shi to take a bath. Lin Tian said to Jiyu. Jiyu nodded, called Sushu, and took Lin Shi to his residence. Soon, the sound of water splashing could be heard. When Lin Shi came out again, her whole body had changed. Her skin was as smooth as mutton fat jade, like a newborn baby. Moreover, the little girl's vitality and blood fluctuations were much stronger, as if she was reborn. This, Jiyu and Sushu were naturally surprised. Their cultivation bases weren't weak. At a glance, they could see that Lin Shi's vitality and blood fluctuations were stronger than some peak divine range cultivators. Her body seemed to be flowing with a faint glow. Xiaoxi, how do you feel? Lin Tian asked. Well, I feel much stronger and more energetic than before. Lin, she said. The little girl didn't notice any other changes, so she was very honest. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "Tomorrow this big brother will sort out the cultivation technique for you." Ji Yu was slightly stunned. Don't we need the Valley of the Harp? As a sect in this heaven, the Valley of the Harp naturally had good cultivation techniques. Ji Yu originally planned to give the best cultivation technique in the Valley of the Harp for Lin Shi to cultivate. With her status in the Valley of the Harp, there would be no problem. However, he didn't expect that Lin Tian would want him to give the cultivation technique to Lin Shi. My cultivation technique is better than the Valley of the Harps. Lin Tian smiled. He had mastered the 4 extreme scriptures, which was undoubtedly a treasure book for cultivation. No other cultivation technique could compare with it. It could be cultivated all the way to the peak of the Zephyr realm. He planned to sort out this cultivation technique at night and let Lin Shi cultivate the 4 extreme scriptures. Ji Yu and Su Shu looked at each other. They both knew that Lin Tian was a little mysterious, so they didn't ask much. All right, it's getting late. Go and rest. Lin Tian on Dao. At this time, the sky was already filled with stars. It was already late at night. Okay. Ji Yu nodded. The 3 of them left. Ji Yu led Su Shu and Lin Shi to a small courtyard in the depths of the Valley of the Harp. As the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp's master, she had her own residence. It was right next to the Valley of the Harp's master, Yu Wushuang. Now, Su Shu was also a disciple of the master of the Valley of the Harp. She lived in the small courtyard with Ji Yu. Of course, Lin Shi naturally followed the 2 girls. The night passed quickly. At night, Lin Tian spent 2 hours organizing the 4 extreme scriptures. He engraved it into a jade slip and handed it to Lin Shi. He also told Lin Shi to destroy the jade slip after she memorized the contents of the 4 extreme scriptures. This was because the 4 extreme scriptures was no ordinary cultivation technique. The value it contained was too shocking. It would be bad if others accidentally saw it. It was best to be careful. At the same time, he also engraved 100 spirit-refining runes and handed them to Su Shu. When you cultivate, stick it between your eyebrows. It can increase your cultivation speed in the spiritual sea realm by 3 times. He was now a 6th-stage array manipulator. It was much easier for him to engrave spirit-refining runes than before. Moreover, the spirit-refining runes he engraved were much more effective. Thank you. Su Shu happily took the spirit-refining runes from Lin Tian. She was a cultivator and naturally wanted to cultivate faster. Why are you thanking me? Lin Tian was speechless. It's my duty to tell you. Chapter 500. Lin Tian smiled and wanted to knock on Su Shu's head, but he decided against it in the end. I'm going to cultivate, Su Shu said. Before Lin Tian could say anything, she took the divine refining glyph and ran off to cultivate. Now, Lin Tian was in the flight realm, and Ji Yu had also reached the flight realm. She was the only one who was still at a lower level, and she wanted to reach the flight realm as soon as possible. Brother, I'm going to memorize the 4 extremity scriptures. Lin, she said. After saying that, the little girl ran off with a very serious expression. Lin Tian looked at the little girl running away, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His eyes were full of love. Ji Yu chuckled and said, I'll go look after little Lin Shi. Okay, thank you. Lin Tian nodded. Although Lin Shi was smart, it was her first time coming into contact with cultivation. It was naturally a good thing to have someone look after her. It's no trouble. Ji Yu rolled his eyes and walked in the direction Lin Shi left. Lin Tian smiled as he watched the 3 girls leave. He then walked to other places in the Valley of the Harp to look at the scenery. It was very relaxing when he returned to the Valley of the Harp. 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, Yu Wushuang found out that Ji Yu had reached the flight realm, which made Yu Wushuang very happy. All the elders in the Valley of the Harp ran out, and even the Supreme Elder showed up with them. Everyone was very happy. Since the founding of the Valley of the Harp, there had never been such a genius disciple who entered the flight realm at the age of 17. Good, good, good. That's great. The Supreme Elder of the Valley of the Harp laughed. The Great Elder of the Valley of the Harp said, Wushuang, you have taken in a good disciple. It is the Valley of the Harp's honor. Soon, the news spread throughout the Valley of the Harp, and all the disciples were surprised. As expected of little junior sister, an inner disciple said with a face full of reverence, Yu Wushuang had always doted on Jiyu, and now she liked him even more. She almost passed down the position of Valley Master to him. It was Lin Tian who gave me a Baodan, allowing me to directly reach the Zephyr realm from the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. When it was just the two of them in private, Jiyu told Yu Wushuang about what happened that day. Sushu has a Baodan like that as well. Coupled with the divine refining sigils given by Lin Tian, I believe that Sushu will be able to make it to the airborne realm within a year. What? Yu Wushuang was shocked. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to break through from the peak of one realm to the next. After all, it was breaking through a big barrier. However, Lin Tian had a Baodan that could allow a cultivator to directly break through from the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness to the early stage of the airborne realm. She had never heard of such a Baodan before. Most importantly, Sushu had also received such a Baodan, allowing her to enter the airborne realm within a year. This was equivalent to Lin Tian personally sending an airborne realm cultivator to the Valley of the Harp. This made Yu Wushuang unable to recover for a long time. It was too surprising. A mighty one at the airborne realm was considered to be a giant figure in that world. Now that Lin Tian had helped Jiyu reach the airborne realm, Sushu would be able to make it to the airborne realm within a year. If Lin Tian directly sent 2 airborne realm cultivators to the Valley of the Harp, this would undoubtedly increase the strength of the Valley of the Harp by several times. Yu Wushuang was stunned. How could Lin Tian have such means? Then, if that's the case, what is his cultivation level now? Yu Wushuang asked Jiyu. Him? If it's just cultivation level, he is now at the 4th layer of the airborne realm. Jiyu said, What? He has reached the 4th layer of the airborne realm? Yu Wushuang was shocked again. She had not seen Lin Tian for more than half a year, and he had actually reached the 4th layer of the airborne realm. He was comparable to the sect masters and elders of the 4 major sections. Suddenly, Yu Wushuang was stunned for a moment and asked Jiyu, You just said that if it's just cultivation level. What do you mean? To be able to sit in the position of the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang was naturally very smart. From Jiyu's words, she understood some other meaning. Ji-Yu was a little hesitant. Yu Wushuang reached out and pinched Ji-Yu's beautiful face. Little girl, you forget your master when you have a lover. You don't want to say it. Ji-Yu's pretty face turned red. She stammered for a while before saying, His cultivation level is only at the 4th layer of the airborne realm, but his combat strength is very strong. Ordinary experts at the early stage of the immortal ascension realm are no match for him. Jiyu said, Previously, wasn't the 100 Refinements workshop destroyed? That was destroyed by him. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, who had reached the immortal ascension realm, was also killed by him. What? Yu Wushuang was shocked again and said the third what? Her eyes were wide open, and she did not have any of the demeanor of a Valley Master. Lin Tian was only at the 4th layer of the airborne realm. How could he kill the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, who had reached the immortal ascension realm? Lin Tian was the one who destroyed the 100 Refinements workshop? It's true. After the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop reached the immortal ascension realm, he went to the Burning Sun sect and wanted to annex and destroy the Burning Sun sect. He killed many people in the Burning Sun sect. At that time, Lin Tian happened to return from his cultivation, so he was very angry. After killing the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop and others, he directly went to the 100 Refinements workshop and destroyed it. Jiyu said, When I returned home, I saw with my own eyes that he killed a second-layer Immortal Ascension realm expert in the Imperial Palace of the Uros Kingdom. These things were not a big secret. In addition, Yu Wushuang was not an outsider. So Ji Yu did not hide it. Yu Wushuang was stunned. What Ji Yu said was too shocking. Wait a minute. Give me some time to think, she said. Ji Yu blinked. Then, Master, I'll go out first? Oh? Well, okay. Go. Yu Wushuang couldn't calm down. It had only been slightly more than a year since that little fellow from back then had actually broken through to the fourth heaven of the airborne realm from the divine vein realm. He was already capable of killing existences at the transcendence realm. The 100 Refinements workshop was actually destroyed by Lin Tian, as expected of that old man's disciple. The master is monstrous, and the disciple is even more monstrous. How can anyone live? Yu Wushuang thought of an old drunkard and smiled bitterly. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? The days in the Valley of the Harp were indeed very leisurely. After returning to the Valley of the Harp, it was already the 7th day. In the morning 2 days ago, she memorized the 4 extreme scripture and destroyed the jade slip of the 4 extreme scripture that Lin Tian had engraved. Then, she began to cultivate under Lin Tian's supervision. On this day, the morning sun rose. In the pavilion in the middle of the White Lotus Pond, a strong force spread out and rushed out from Lin Shi's body. Then, Lin Shi opened her eyes and blinked, looking at Lin Tian beside her. Lin Tian nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, very good." She was very intelligent, and her aptitude was not bad. In just 2 days, she went from an ordinary person to the 3rd firmament of the body refinement realm. It was really amazing. One had to know that from an ordinary person to the 3rd firmament of the body refinement realm, it would take at least several months. But she did it in 2 days. It was very amazing. Of course, this had a lot to do with him using the blood pill to cleanse Shi's marrow. Otherwise, she would not be able to cultivate so smoothly. She will definitely work harder, she said. Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed the little girl's head. Okay, don't worry, and cultivate. Big brother will stay here and watch over Lin Shi. Okay. She nodded obediently. She was very happy because her big brother was personally accompanying her to cultivate. Soon, the little girl closed her eyes and fell into cultivation again. The body refinement realm would usually cause a cultivator to feel extreme pain. But because Lin Tian used the blood pill to cleanse the little girl's marrow at the beginning, now that she had stepped into the path of cultivation, the little girl felt very little pain at the body refinement realm. Faint silver light intertwined around Lin Shi's body. Soon, the little girl's aura began to strengthen bit by bit. Lin Tian watched from the side with a faint smile on his face. Time passed quickly. After returning to the Valley of the Harp, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the 1st firmament, the sky shattered with a crack. A door opened and a faint light flickered. 2 figures stepped out from within. They were dressed in gray robes, and extremely dense soul and divine power ripples coiled around their bodies. Shockingly, they were 2 rank 7 array manipulators, and their cultivations were actually at the Grand Tao realm, causing the void to distort. Find the culprit who killed the 7 Hall Master's descendant as quickly as possible and bring him back to the desolate shrine. One of them said, "It doesn't take 3 days to find a person in the lowest heaven. 2 hours is enough." The other person's expression was cold. As his words fell, this person's glabella shone brightly. His divine sense was like a vast sea, majestically spreading out in all directions. Just as this person's divine sense spread out, in the dark forest of Fengjian City, a pair of beautiful and indifferent eyes opened. This pair of eyes was like glass, and 2 rays of light flashed. In the sky, beside the door that suddenly appeared, puff, puff, 2 blood mists exploded. The 2 gray-robed figures didn't even have time to react before their names were forever erased from this world. Almost at the same time, In the dark palace in the ninth firmament, 9 pairs of eyes opened at the same time. The 2 people who entered the first heaven are dead. A voice sounded. The 2 people who entered the first heaven were instantly killed. That low-level heaven! Don't underestimate the first heaven. In ancient times, there was a man comparable to a celestial venerable who lived there as a mortal. Don't go to the first heaven rashly. Since ancient times, there might be a transcending heaven existence living there in seclusion. Those who cross a certain realm may be killed on the spot. Then what should we do? The person who killed the descendant of the 7th Hall Master seems to have an eternal killing formation on him. What should we do? The 6th voice sounded. The 3 words, "What should we do?" were exceptionally cold, as if it was the voice of a machine. The owner of the voice was none other than the 7th Hall Master of the Desolation Shrine. Back when the gray-robed man had been killed, the 7th Hall Master had immediately caught sight of the gray-robed man's struggling soul. Within that strand of soul, the 7th Hall Master had captured the face of a young cultivator, as well as an incomplete rune, the Formation Emperor's ultimate profundity, the eternal killing formation. Thus this scene occurred. The 7th Hall Master didn't care about the death of a descendant. What he cared more about was the eternal killing formation. In the dark palace, there was silence for a time. To be able to kill a transcending immortal and have the eternal killing formation, such a person will definitely step into a higher heaven. An extremely indifferent voice sounded. In the depths of the palace, a pair of eyes were as deep as the starry sky, like 2 black holes. Chapter 501. Lin Tian naturally didn't know that someone from the desolate shrine had arrived in the first heaven. His days were still very leisurely. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian returned to the Valley of the Harp for a month. In a month, she has reached the 5th layer of the body refinement realm. Her cultivation speed is amazing, and this is the result of Lin Tian's deliberate suppression. Otherwise, she may have reached the 6th layer of the body refinement realm, or even the 7th layer. This made Jiyu and Sushu sigh with emotion. This cultivation speed is really amazing. Like brother, like sister. Little Lin, she is also such a genius. Jiyu said. Sushu also nodded. Reaching the 5th layer of the body refinement realm in a month, and under the circumstances of deliberate suppression, she can be called a monster. Don't praise her. The most important thing is the effect of the blood pill. Otherwise, she won't be able to cultivate so fast. Lin Tiandao said. Although he likes to hear others praise his sister, he doesn't want little Lin she to be proud because of this. That's also true. Jiyu said. I have to work harder. Sushu clenched her fists. In a month, Sushu cultivated very hard. Relying on the spiritual refining runes given by Lin Tian, she cultivated in the Valley of the Harp with the most abundant spiritual energy. She has reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness, only half a step away from the 4th layer. Good luck. Lin Tian said with a smile. Jiyu and Sushu both went to cultivate, while he stayed by Lin Shi's side, personally accompanying Lin Shi to cultivate. After a period of time, he will return to the 2nd heaven, and then head to the higher heavens. Therefore, while he is still in the 1st heaven, he hopes to spend more time with Lin Shi. This way, he will be more at ease when he leaves later. As he watched Lin Shi cultivate, he sat quietly to the side. Then he looked up at the sky and watched as the white clouds slowly flowed past. Soon the sky darkened and stars hung in the sky. Then the stars disappeared and a new day descended. On this day, Lin Tian found Yu Wushuang and handed her a quasi-immortal sword. It was engraved with immortal enhancement runes. It was an invincible weapon under the immortal artifact level. It was taken from the 2 Zephyr Realm experts in the Euro Palace. This is... Yu Wushuang was shocked. The value of a quasi-immortal sword was too high. Since the creation of the 4 major sects, there had never been a precious weapon of this level. I can't take it. I can't take it. Yu Wuxuang shook her head repeatedly. A quasi-immortal treasure sword was equivalent to tens of thousands of high-grade supreme treasures, or even more. How could she accept it? Senior, you don't have to be so polite. You personally escorted me back to the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tianyi will always remember this kindness in my heart. Moreover, little Yu Sushu and my sister Lin share all cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. I'll have to trouble you in the future. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he took out a few jade scrolls. They were the supernatural powers he took from the gray-robed, middle-aged man. Some of them were suitable for women to cultivate. He engraved them and gave them to Yu Wuxuang. She could let the disciples of the Valley of the Harp cultivate them. After taking the supernatural powers jade scrolls from Lin Tian, Yu Wuxuang glanced at them and was immediately shocked. Yu Wuxuang was shocked. Supernatural powers were in existence that surpassed martial techniques. Lin Tian gave these things to the Valley of the Harp, which would undoubtedly increase the strength of the Valley of the Harp by countless times. Supernatural powers, even the lowest level of supernatural powers, were stronger than her Valley of the Harp's White Lotus sword technique. Looking at Lin Tian, Yu Wuxuang really didn't know what to say. And this was not the end. In the next few days, Lin Tian surrounded the Valley of the Harp and engraved the Eternal Triangle Killing Formation. He handed the key to activate the formation to Yu Wuxuang. The Triangle Killing Formation can kill a fourth heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm and block everyone below the Great Virtue realm. At this moment, there were some elders of the Valley of the Harp beside Yu Wuxuang. There were also the Valley of the Harp's Grand Elder, a few core disciples of the Valley of the Harp, and some inner disciples. Because in the past few days, during the process of engraving the formation, Lin Tian's killing intent had alarmed the entire Valley of the Harp. Many people gathered around and watched him finish engraving the formation. The Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp trembled. In the Valley of the Harp, her cultivation was the strongest, so she could naturally feel how powerful the killing formation Lin Tian engraved was. She didn't doubt Lin Tian's words at all. This Grand Elder was shocked that Lin Tian actually had such means and was even more grateful to Lin Tian. Lin Tian engraved such a killing formation that could almost guarantee the prosperity of the Valley of the Harp for 10,000 years. Looking at Lin Tian, the Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp bowed and was about to thank him. "Senior, don't be like this." Lin Tian hurriedly stopped her. He did all this to ensure the safety of Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi. Moreover, Yu Wuxuang had indeed done him a favor before. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. He remembered this sentence. Now he gave the Valley of the Harp the quasi-immortal sword and remarkable secret techniques, and engraved the killing formation for the Valley of the Harp to protect the sect. To him, these things were nothing. He bid farewell to Yu Wuxuang and the others, and left to take care of little Lin Shi's cultivation. Only the people of the Valley of the Harp were left in a daze. After a long time, the Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp let out a heavy sigh. In the past, Li Changfeng completed the White Lotus Sword Manual for the Valley of the Harp, allowing the Valley of the Harp to truly become one of the 4 major sects, and we no longer have to worry about others. 100 years later, his disciple gave the Valley of the Harp a quasi-immortal weapon, remarkable secret techniques, and even engraved 3 killing formations that can block great Dao experts. The Valley of the Harp owes them too much. In the future, how can we repay them? Yu Wuxuang and the other elders of the Valley of the Harp were also in a daze. They sighed. Indeed, how could they repay them? This pair of master and disciple, Yu Wuxuang smiled bitterly. The master was monstrous, but the disciple was even more monstrous. The master was indebted to the Valley of the Harp, and the disciple was even more indebted to the Valley of the Harp. Wuxuang, Jiyu, and Sushu must be nurtured well. Protect them at all costs. All the resources of the sect must be tilted towards them. In addition, That little girl named Lin, she must be taken care of even more. The Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp said solemnly. This was considered an order. Don't worry, Grand Elder. I know what to do. Yu Wushuang said. Don't worry, Grand Elder. We also understand. The other elders spoke. Lin Tian returned to the pavilion in the middle of the White Lotus Pond and accompanied little Lin, she to cultivate steadily. The little girl was very obedient, and she cultivated very seriously. The silver light around her body was very dense, indicating that the little girl's qi and blood were very vigorous. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face. Very good. Seeing the results of little Lin, she's cultivation, he was very satisfied. Time passed by bit. In a blink of an eye, several months passed. The second heaven, by family, at night, by Chiu, looked up at the starry sky and the bright moon in a daze. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? She whispered. It has been several months since Lin Tian left the second heaven. At first, she thought that it would take Lin Tian at most a month to go back and forth, but she didn't expect that he wouldn't return for several months. These days, she looked at the gate of the Bai family every day, hoping to see Lin Tian's figure. However, day after day, her hope was always disappointed. Next time we meet, beat him up. A voice sounded. Baiziki was the same as always. There was no expression on his face, and he looked very serious, giving people a sense of majesty. Brother, Baiqiu shouted. Baiziki nodded and said, I'm going to the third heaven. Do you want to come with me? That day when he went to the supreme divine domain, although he didn't really go through it, the benefits he gained were huge. Now, after a few months, his cultivation had reached the seventh sky layer of the Zephyr realm. In this heavenly domain, except for a few masters of the sacred land of inheritance and a few kings, it was almost impossible to find a match for him. If he wanted to become stronger and go to a higher heavenly domain, it was inevitable. I want to wait for him. Baiqiu whispered. There's no need for that. After he comes back, he will definitely enter the third heaven. Baiziki said, You have the extreme Yin king body he is. As he said that, Baiziki stopped and said, In short, we are all cultivators, especially those with the king body. Constantly becoming stronger is the path we should take. If we go to the third heaven, we can still see him. Baiqiu opened her mouth and looked at the starry sky. Her eyes reflected the bright moon and the stars, charming and holy. In the Valley of the Harp, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the valley. It has been a full year since Lin Tian returned from the second heaven to the first heaven. A year has passed like flowing water. In this year, Lin Tian, Jiyu, and Sushu were all 18 years old, and Lin, she was 11 years old this year. Boom! In the Guqin Serene Valley, a majestic force rushed up, and a beautiful figure rose into the air and appeared in the sky. In a year, Sushu stepped into the airborne realm and soared into the sky. Very good. Lin Tiantan smiled. Congratulations. Ji, you also smiled. Lin, she also sent her blessings. In a year, the little girl grew taller, and her cultivation reached the 9th level of the divine vein realm. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and his whole body seemed relaxed. During this year, he had gone to the Burning Sun sect and handed over the wheel of Earth's destruction and other divine abilities to the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, making the Burning Sun sect stronger. Meanwhile, what had to be said was that in this year, or rather a month ago, when he brought Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi back to Northern Flame Country, they discovered that Northern Flame Country had become too powerful. In just a short year, Northern Flame Country actually already unified quite a few mortal empires in this heaven domain. Moreover, during this period of time, there was almost no bloodshed or deaths. Lin Tian didn't say anything about this. He knew very well that the kings of every empire in the first heaven wanted to unify other empires in this heaven. So there were often wars between countries, but no one had ever succeeded. After the royal family of Beiyan accepted more than half of the royal family's resources and 52 cities, Their strength had undoubtedly skyrocketed and could be said to be far stronger than other empires. Under such circumstances, some of the ancestors of the royal family of Beiyan naturally wanted to unify hundreds of empires. I don't want to do this at all, but standing in this position, I have no other choice. This was what Zhu Yi said to Lin Tian with a wry smile. Regarding this, Lin Tian only patted Zhu Yi's shoulder. This sentence was applicable no matter where it was. Even if Zhu Yi didn't want to fight and hated war, some of the old ancestors of the Northern Flame royal clan wished to accomplish the dream of all empires, which was to unify all the major empires in the Heaven region. For this, Zhu Yi could only fight. When he left again, he gave Zhu Yi a quasi-immortal sword, which was also engraved with immortal enhancement runes, making it invincible. At the same time, he also left Zhu Yi with a message. I know a little about the affairs between empires. Frequent wars between empires are not good for the common people. If you can really unify all the empires in this heaven, you can be considered a legend. At least you can completely end the war for the future generations. But during this process, I don't want the Northern Flame to commit any unnecessary killings, especially those that harm the common people. I think you should understand that if I were to know that such a thing would happen, even if we are friends, I will not let you off. I hope you will always remember what I said today. After that, on the way back to the Valley of the Harp, Gu teased Lin Tian. With the quasi-immortal sword you gave me, and the support of the Exon family, Zhu Yi will definitely be able to unify all the empires in a period of time. At that time, you will really be the eternal ancestor of the first heaven. You will be the ruler of the first heaven. At this time, looking at Ji Yu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi, his eyes were very gentle. He had accompanied them in the first heaven for a year. It's time to return to the second heaven, and then to the third heaven. Chapter 502. It has been a long time since he returned to the first heaven. A year has passed in a hurry. Lin Tian felt that it's time to go to the second heaven. If he wants to become stronger, he must go to the higher heavens. Moreover, the sword soul of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness is incomplete. He has to step into the higher heavens to collect the sword soul of this divine sword. Vaguely, he felt that the origin of this divine sword is very great. He must find all the missing sword souls. At that time, he can get a complete heavenly treasure, or even stronger. On this day, he found Ji Yu and the others and told them some things, including his cultivation in the second heaven. You went to the second heaven to cultivate. How did you get there? Isn't the space-time portal broken? Without the cultivation base of the immortal realm, it's impossible to pass through. Ji Yu and Su Shu were surprised. Lin Shi's face was slightly sad. Brother, are you going to leave again? Lin Tian rubbed little Lin Shi's head and said, Sister Su and Sister Yu will accompany you in my place. In the future, I will come back again. He also told Ji Yu and Su Shu that he went to the second heaven because an old drunkard sent him there. As for an old drunkard's cultivation base, he didn't hide it. Ji Yu and Su Shu were his closest friends. What? That your master is actually in the Wuzhen realm. Ji Yu was shocked. Ji Yu had seen an old drunkard before, but he only had one impression of an old drunkard. An old drunkard was full of the smell of alcohol, and he hugged a bottle of wine all day long. Although he later learned from you, Wu Shuang, that an old drunkard was very powerful. He didn't expect that the seemingly drunk old drunkard would be so strong. He turned out to be the legendary Wuzhen realm powerhouse. If Master knows about this, he will probably be stunned. Ji Yu smiled bitterly. Su Shu was naturally even more surprised. Lin Tian's master was so terrifying. He had surpassed the immortal great Dao and was in the Wuzhen realm. Back then, the old man was depressed for a long time because of some things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the Nirvana realm in 100 years. Lin Tian sighed. An old drunkard's suffered a great blow to him. It's already a miracle that he didn't collapse. He imagined that if he was in old drunkard's position and the woman he loved died in front of him, he would probably go crazy. How could he reach Wu Zhen's level in 100 years? Are you really going? Sushu whispered. Like Jiyu. She was reluctant to part with Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was going to the second heaven. It's two, Jiyu said. In the past, she knew that Lin Tian went to another place to cultivate, but she also thought that Lin Tianyi should still be in the first heaven. However, now that they learned that Lin Tian was going to the second heaven, or even the third heaven, the two of them were a little sad. The second heaven and the first heaven seemed to be only one word apart, but the distance between them was extremely far. This was equivalent to two completely different worlds. Moreover, the most important thing was that Lin Tian used a special method to pass through the destroyed space-time portal in the first heaven. This also indicated that in the future, Lin Tian would have to reach the immortal Great Tao before he could return. Or perhaps they would have to reach the immortal Great Tao before they could find Lin Tian. They didn't know how long it would take for them to be separated from each other. The immortal Great Tao is not far away from us. Our height is definitely not the immortal Great Tao. Lin Tian Dao. With a wave of his right hand, two small jade bottles appeared. In the two small jade bottles, one of them contained 3 pills, while the other contained only 1 pill. These 3 pills are all life-prolonging Baodan pills. Each pill can extend one's life by 150 years. As for the Baodan pill in the other jade bottle, it's the Imperial Space Pill. When Lin Shi reaches the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness, you can protect her and let her take it. He handed the 2 jade bottles to Jiyu. In the second heaven, he obtained 2 7 orifices exquisite pills that can extend one's life by 500 years. One of them was given to the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, allowing him to live another life and break through to the immortal Great Tao. The remaining one was later divided and refined into 3 pills, one for each of Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi. Of course, because it was divided and refined, some Baodan essence was lost. 3 pills, each of which can extend one's life by 150 years. As for the Imperial Space Pill, he and Bai Qiu each had 6 pills. He used 1, Jiyu and Sushu each used 1, and 2 of the 3 pills were given to the Burning Sun sect in this year. The last one was given to Lin Shi. This, hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiyu and Sushu were shocked again. They were all cultivators, so they naturally understood how precious the life-prolonging Baodan pill was. This kind of thing, no matter how many spirit coins you have or how much energy you have, it's impossible to exchange for it. It's countless times more precious than an immortal artifact. No, it's simply incomparable. Because in this era where immortality is impossible, lifespan is the most precious treasure. You gave it to us. What about you? Do you have it? Sushu asked. Lin Tian nodded and said, Of course, I still have it. Don't worry. In fact, he naturally doesn't have any life-prolonging Baodan pills. But in order to reassure the 3 women, he said that he still has it, so that they can accept it with peace of mind. Jiyu and Sushu were relieved, and Jiyu carefully put away the 2 jade bottles. They looked at Lin Tian with flickering eyes. Don't worry, we'll see each other soon. Lin Tian Dao. Jiyu and Sushu didn't say anything. They also know that as a cultivator, Lin Tian must continue to rush up and become stronger. This is the destined path of cultivators. Although they don't expect Lin Tian to become very strong in the future, they understand Lin Tian. Such a monstrous genius. If he stays in the first heaven forever, it will only temper Lin Tian's talent and cut off Lin Tian's future path. They won't stop Lin Tian from becoming stronger for them. When you go to the upper heaven, you have to be careful, safety first. On the path of cultivation, no matter where you are, there will be no peace. If you encounter a strong enemy, if you can bear with it, bear with it. Sushu said, However, I believe that you are very strong. At least, among your peers, you won't lose to anyone. Brother, Shaoxi will miss you. Take care of yourself outside. Lin Shi said. The little girl was very obedient. although she was very unwilling to let her brother leave. She didn't cry and seemed very strong. Looking at the two women and little Lin Tianji felt very warm in his heart. 3 days later, I will leave the Valley of the Harp. In these 3 days I will accompany you, he said. Jiyu and Sushi nodded, and little Lin, she nodded. The atmosphere was very warm. In the next 3 days, except at night, Lin Tian accompanied Jiyu and the other two throughout the Valley of the Harp. He also took the 3 of them to the Burning Sun sect and many old forests outside the Valley of the Harp. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, outside the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian was in front, while Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi were beside him. At the same time, Yu Wushuang and several elders of the Valley of the Harp, as well as the Supreme Elder of the Valley of the Harp, came to see them off. Lin Tian didn't deliberately conceal the fact that he was leaving for the second heaven. As the main figures of the Valley of the Harp, these people naturally knew about it. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, Xiao Shu, and little Lin Shi, we will take good care of them. Even if the Valley of the Harp is destroyed, we will protect them, the Supreme Elder of the Valley of the Harp solemnly said. This is the promise of the Valley of the Harp to Lin Tian. Senior's words are too serious. Lin Tian is grateful. Lin Tiandao thanked the Supreme Elder. He looked at Jiyu and Su Shu, chuckled at them, and then came to Lin Shi and hugged the little girl in his arms. I'm sorry, Xiao Shi. I'm not competent enough to stay by your side and take care of you. Please forgive me, he said softly. Lin, she shook her head and said, Xiao, she doesn't blame brother. Lin Tian hugged the little girl for a long time before letting go and rubbing the little girl's head affectionately. He took a few steps back and nodded to the Supreme Elders of the Valley of the Harp. His eyes fell on Sushu and Jiyu. My little sister, please take care of her in the future. Remember, take good care of yourself. You don't have to cultivate too fast. Just stabilize your cultivation. The two nodded seriously with a smile on their faces. Parting is sad. After this farewell, they don't know when they will see Lin Tian again. They don't want him to leave uneasily. Thank you. Lin Tian nodded. He took one last look at Lin Shi. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. He walked very fast because he was afraid that if he walked too slowly he would be reluctant to leave in the end. Jiyu and Sushu waved silently at the horizon to send him off. The Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp and the others were shocked. This was the first time they saw Lin Tian display his speed. This speed really shocked them. So fast, the Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp whispered. This speed was more than 10 times faster than her peak speed. Little you, little Shu, little Lin Shi, let's go. I'll accompany you to cultivate, Yu Wushuang said. Knowing that the 3 girls were sad, Yu Wushuang had a very gentle smile on her face. Ji nodded seriously. Sushu nodded seriously too. Lin, she clenched her fists and was the most serious. Just like last night, they said that they wanted to become stronger. After becoming stronger, they would follow in Lin Tian's footsteps. They didn't want to be separated for too long. After leaving the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian stepped on the void, leaving afterimages behind with each step. Soon he approached an old forest. This was the periphery of the Demon Burial Valley. He appeared in the sky above the old forest and slowly descended to the edge of the Demon Burial Valley. The periphery of the Demon Burial Valley was shrouded in a hazy fog all year round. Even experts of the Zephyr Realm would find it difficult to break through the fog and enter the Demon Burial Valley. They would only be able to enter and train at a certain time every year when the fog would disperse by itself. Chapter 503. Thunderbolts intertwined on the surface of his body and a huge thunder hall appeared. Then a thunder shadow stood up from it, as if the real thunder god had descended. He pulled out a thunder sword and slashed at the mist outside the Demon Burial Valley. There was a loud boom, and the entire earth began to shake. Outside the Demon Burial Valley, the mist dispersed and a huge gully appeared on the ground, leading directly into the Demon Burial Valley. The path was easily opened. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked in the direction of the Valley of the Harp. His eyes were filled with tenderness and reluctance. He stood in the same spot for a few breaths, then finally tilted his head and walked into the valley. Soon, the mist that was split closed and the path that he had opened disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Demon Burial Valley was just like before. The air was humid, and Lin Tian left footprints on the ground from time to time. There was a faint mist floating in the valley, which was filled with energy and bad luck. Occasionally, he could even hear the roars of demonic beasts, which shook the void until it was rumbling. Lin Tian was very calm. After entering the Demon Burial Valley, he didn't stay for long. He flew into the sky and soon arrived at the deepest part of the valley. In the valley, the space-time portal stood quietly. There was a purple beam of light, which was mysterious and magical. Lin Tian stepped onto the stone and felt the vicissitudes of time. He tilted his head and looked out of the Demon Burial Valley again, looking in the direction of the Valley of the Harp through space. "Goodbye. I will become stronger and will be back soon," he muttered to himself. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He turned around and stepped into the space-time portal resolutely. Darkness engulfed everything in an instant. Lin Tian was in the endless darkness, and he seemed very calm. He didn't feel nervous because this was the third time he had traveled through space. After an unknown period of time, he felt a tremor. The soul light of the Bai family's ancestor in his body suddenly lit up and protected him. Soon, the tremor disappeared and the soul light outside his body gradually dimmed. The darkness was still there and time passed by. After an unknown period of time, there was suddenly light in front of him. A portal opened and Lin Tian was suddenly thrown out by a strong force. Faint silver radiance intertwined around his body, but it quickly dimmed. Lin Tian stared at his chest. As the silver light around his body dimmed, he could sense that the Bai family progenitor's spiritual power in his body had completely dissipated. He paused on the spot for a moment as he silently thanked her. Only then did he raise his head and look ahead. He saw that he was currently in an abandoned wasteland. What kind of damage did the space-time portal of the first heaven suffer? Lin Tian was speechless. Logically speaking, from the space-time portal in the first heaven to the second heaven, the destination of the teleportation should be the space-time portal in the far west of the second heaven. However, this was not the case. Last time he was teleported to an old forest, and this time he was directly teleported to a wasteland, which is very unstable. Shaking his head, he did not think too much about it. He soared into the sky, found a direction, and strode forward. He flew towards the east of the second heaven, where the Bai family is located. Soon, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Lin Tian finally arrived outside the Bai family's residence in the early morning. Lin Tian. The guards of the Bai family were shocked. They immediately stepped aside and welcomed Lin Tian in. A year ago, Lin Tian made a scene in the Bai family. In the end, he even found a wisp of the Bai family's ancestor's remnant soul. The remnant soul of the Bai family's ancestor ordered that in the future, the Bai family must unconditionally support Lin Tian and stand on Lin Tian's side. In the next few days, some big shots of the Bai family went out to invite Bai Qiu back. Seeing the haggard face of the little princess of the Bai family, they finally felt guilty. At that time, the old ancestor and some elders of the Bai family completely put aside their prejudice against Lin Tian and held a big banquet in the Bai family's residence to bury the hatchet with Lin Tian. Naturally, everyone in the Bai family knew about this. Today, Lin Tian is an important figure in the Bai family. He is an important guest of the Bai family. Many people in the Bai family know that Lin Tian has a close relationship with the little princess of the Bai family. Lin Tian will definitely become the son-in-law of the Bai family in the future. Therefore, when Lin Tian came, the young people of the Bai family were very polite and enthusiastic. They didn't neglect him at all. Not long after, the patriarch of the Bai family came out to greet Lin Tian personally. Qiu, and Ziki went to the third heaven. They had been away for several months. When Lin Tian asked about Bai Qiu, the patriarch of the Bai family gave such an answer. They went to the third heaven. Lin Tian Wei was taken aback. The little girl looked at the gate of the Bai family every day, waiting for you to return, but she didn't see you. A few months ago, Ziki was preparing to go to the third heaven and took her with him. He said that he would see you in the third heaven. The patriarch of the Bai family said. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Thinking of how Bai Qiu looked at the gate of the Bai family every day, he felt touched and guilty. I'll go to the third heaven to find them, he said. The patriarch of the Bai family naturally wasn't surprised by Lin Tian's words. After all, with Lin Tian's talent, entering the third heaven is inevitable. There's no need to rush to go to the third heaven for the time being. Rest for a night and get up tomorrow. Then, if you need anything, just tell me, and I'll order people to prepare it for you. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu have a close relationship. In the past, for the sake of Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he came to the Bai family alone, causing chaos in the Bai family. Regarding this, the patriarch of the Bai family wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was very grateful and satisfied with Lin Tian. He is the father of Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki. How can he not be happy that someone is willing to risk his life for his children? I don't need anything. I can stay for one night. Lin Tian. He had just passed through the space-time portal from the first heaven to the second heaven, and then flew for 3 consecutive days to reach the Bai family. He was really tired. Going through the space-time portal again at this time will definitely put a great burden on his body. Okay, I'll order people to prepare a room for you. The patriarch of the Bai family nodded. On this night, several elders of the Bai family also came out and gathered at the same table as Lin Tian. In the end, even the strongest great Dao realm old ancestor of the Bai family of this generation came out and chatted with Lin Tian for a long time before returning to his seclusion place. Soon the banquet ended. The room that the patriarch of the Bai family arranged for Lin Tian was not far from Bai Qiu's boudoir. At night, Lin Tian paused for a moment before pushing open the door of Bai Qiu's room. The decoration in the room was very simple, not as luxurious as he had imagined. It was not much different from Ji Yu's room. He walked to the front and saw many pieces of paper on a jade table. Each piece of paper had a small person drawn on it. There was the word Tian on the chest of the small person. They were either being hit on the head with a hammer or suppressed by a tower. Lin Tian, he was a little embarrassed. This little girl was really violent. Fortunately, there was no scene of the small person's chest being pierced by a sword. However, this small person is really ugly. It can't even compare to a child's drawing skills, he said with a smile. However, even though he said that, there was a gentle look in his eyes. He put all the pieces of paper into the stone ring. He glanced at Bai Qiu's room. There was a faint fragrance in the room. It smelled very good. He stayed here for a while before walking out and returning to his room. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning, when the morning sun rose, Lin Tian bid farewell to the patriarch of the Bai family and the others. He was ready to go to the third heaven. Have a safe journey and be careful. The great sun body and the desolate monster body have also gone to the third heaven, the patriarch of the Bai family said. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Then he said to the patriarch of the Bai family, "Thank you. It's my pleasure." The patriarch of the Bai family said. Lin Tian finally bid farewell to the patriarch of the Bai family and the others before stepping out of the Bai family's gate. He didn't take anything from the Bai family's residence. Instead, he soared into the sky outside the Bai family's residence, heading east. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. I wonder what realm this young man will be the next time we meet. The patriarch of the Bai family whispered to himself. The space-time portal from the second heaven to the third heaven is located in the easternmost part of the second heaven. Although the Bai family is also in the easternmost part of the second heaven, They are still very far away from the space-time portal that leads to the third heaven. Lin Tian left the Bai family. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, he stopped and rested. During this time, he maintained enough essence, energy, and spirit. Finally, he approached the easternmost part of the space-time portal. Looking around, there was a stone forest in front of him. There were no trees, but the grass was very exuberant. It was almost the same as the place where exalted Taorin comprehended the Tao. Of course, the spiritual energy in the air was much worse. After all, the place where an exalted Taorin comprehended the Tao is not comparable to an ordinary place. He learned about this from Yang Qi and read some ancient books. The space-time portal that leads to the third heaven is in the depths of the stone forest. In this stone forest, the grass was more than 2 inches high. Walking in it, rustling sounds could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, there would be flowers mixed in the grass, causing a faint floral fragrance to float in the air. It was very refreshing. Lin Tian walked slowly into the stone forest, and soon he was more than 2,000 feet away. In the next moment, he suddenly stopped and no longer took a step forward. A light breeze blew, and it suddenly became more intense. The grass swayed like a rolling green sea. "Come out," he said coldly. His voice was very cold, and the wind became more intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths passed. He stood in place, motionless, only the corners of his clothes fluttering in the wind. "Your spiritual sense is really good," a cold and gloomy voice sounded. Within the stone forest, human figures walked out. They appeared from behind the giant boulders, one after another. Each and every one of them had powerful blood qi fluctuations. There were a total of 18 people, and all of them were powerhouses in the immortal ascension realm. "You didn't show any trace for a year, but we knew that you would definitely go to the third heaven. Now that you really came, we didn't wait here in vain," someone said coldly. 18 people, intertwined with 3 different fluctuations, all of which were extraordinary. Taishan Wantong Li Family. Chapter 504. In the stone forest, the wind grew stronger and stronger, whistling loudly. Please search Tastebook YenNet to see the most complete novel. Lin Tian stood in place, his body straight, but his eyes were indifferent. He scanned the surroundings and sneered. 18 immortal ascension cultivators are lying in ambush here. Should I say that you think highly of me, or should I say that you're too shameless? All 18 of them had strong qi and blood. The weakest among them was at the second heaven of the immortal ascension realm, and 3 of them were at the 4th heaven. Such a lineup was somewhat terrifying. We don't need to care about anything else when dealing with a vicious beast like you. Someone from the Wantong sacred ground said. Vicious and merciless. Lin Tian said disdainfully, "Wantong Taishan Li family, which of your clans didn't provoke me in the beginning? You, Taishan Wantong, I had no enmity with you, but you wanted to kill me in the last immortal mountain range. The Li family did the same. The Sun Physique wanted to kill me, but he was too useless. After he was defeated, the Li family couldn't sit still and sent out experts to plot against me in Flowing Moon City with Taishan, Wantong, and the 9 sections. However, they were all useless and I killed them all. Now, you're saying that I'm vicious and merciless. Do you have any shame?" The 18 people's faces darkened, and their eyes became even colder. "Don't talk nonsense with this beast. Just kill him." Someone from the Li family said. This was an elder of the Li family. A year ago, the patriarch of the Li family brought the Sun Physique and several other immortal ascension cultivators of the family to the Bai family. In the end, Lin Tian broke into the Bai family and killed everyone except the patriarch of the Li family and the Sun Physique. Those people were all immortal ascension cultivators, which caused the Li family's combat strength to suffer a great loss. Most importantly, the marriage between the Li family and the Bai family failed because of Lin Tian. For the Li family, this was a great humiliation. 18 powerful immortal auras surged up like raging waves, causing the void to distort and creak. At this moment, two more figures rushed over from the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Seniors, please wait a moment. Please leave this person to us," one of them said. These were two young men. One of them had eyes that were as cold as swords, while the other was bathed in precious light. Both of them were quite extraordinary. He was I-Ching, the saint of the Taishan Holy Land, Wantong Holy Grounds, Holy Son Kong Yuzhou. Looking at the two of them, Lin Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This was really an acquaintance. "Seniors, please hand this person over to this junior to kill," Kong Yuzhou said. "I'll do it," I-Chi said. Kong Yuzhou and I-Ching were naturally aware of the 18 experts ambushing Lin Tian. They had been cultivating in a nearby mountain. Just now, when they felt the fluctuations of divine energy from the 18 people, the two of them understood that Lin Tian must have appeared. Therefore, they rushed over at full speed, wanting to kill Lin Tian with their swords. All of this was merely for the sake of washing away the humiliation they'd suffered. All those years ago within the sword tomb, they'd gone to kill Lin Tian, yet were directly suppressed by Bai Qiu with a high-grade immortal artifact, causing them to lose all face. All of this was naturally blamed on Lin Tian. If they wanted to become stronger, they couldn't leave a shadow in their hearts. They wanted to kill Lin Tian and wash away the demonic barrier on their path of cultivation. The elders of Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land frowned. The experts of the two factions looked at each other, and after a few breaths, they nodded to each other. Naturally, they knew that Kong Yuzhou and I-Ching were suppressed by Bai Qiu's high-grade celestial artifact. They were the ones who went to the Bai clan and asked the patriarch of the Bai clan to release them. They had also heard about what happened in the sword tomb from some rogue cultivators. Therefore, they knew what was going on. "What do you think, fellow cultivators of the Li family?" An elder of Taishan Holy Land asked the 6 people of the Li family. The 3 major factions had sent 6 people from each clan to ambush Lin Tian. Of course, among the 6 people of the Li family, the leader of the 4th heaven of the reaching immortal realm, cultivator, nodded. Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land had the same idea, so they naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, Kong Yuzhou and I-Ching were indeed strong enough. They could fight against the wild Demon King body, which was very amazing, and their future achievements were limitless. There was nothing wrong with forming a good relationship with them. After all, the end result was to kill Lin Tian. "Thank you." The people of Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land nodded. The 18 people retreated and surrounded Lin Tian in a circle, sealing off the surroundings and not giving Lin Tian a chance to escape. I-Ching carried a big sword on his back, and his eyes were cold as he stepped forward. Kong Yuzhou was bathed in the light of treasures, and his eyes were indifferent as he stepped forward. Lin Tian didn't look at the two of them. Instead, he glanced at the 12 experts of Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land. "Aren't you afraid that the holy son of your faction will be killed in front of you?" Being surrounded by 18 experts of the immortal realm, he could feel great danger. It was as if a huge rock was pressing on his shoulders, but his expression was very calm. The people of Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land all had cold expressions. They were very confident in their respective holy sons. At this time, what else can you do besides spouting nonsense? The leader of Wantong Holy Land said. "What else can I do? You'll know soon enough." Lin Tian was very calm. The experts of the 3 major factions were very unhappy with his calmness, and their eyes were even colder. They had 18 experts of the immortal realm lying in ambush here. With such a lineup, even an expert of the 5th heaven of the immortal realm would frown. Originally, they wanted to see Lin Tian's panicked and fearful expression, but they didn't expect Lin Tian to be so calm. This made them very unhappy. They threw a huge rock into the calm lake, but there wasn't even a splash on the surface of the water. "Little beast, A member of the Li family said coldly. At this moment, there was a clang, and the sound of a sword rang out. Yi Qiqing stepped forward and was the first to approach Lin Tian. Stepping forward, Yi Qiqing's eyes were as cold as a sword. His body was like an immortal divine sword, exuding an incomparably terrible sword will. It seemed that he was going to cut this void space into pieces, which made many people of the Li family tremble. So strong! This is the seventh heaven of the immortal realm, a member of the Li family said. This was an expert of the second heaven of the immortal realm. The sword will emitted by Yi Qiqing made him feel threatened. He's really a genius, the leader of the Li family said. This Yi Qiqing was really terrifying. However, when he thought of the sun physique of his bloodline, he was indifferent. In the second heaven, if one were to talk about who was the strongest in the same generation, it would undoubtedly be the sun physique of the Li family. In terms of pure combat strength, no one in the same generation in the second heaven was a match for the sun physique of the Li family. That little beast always uses external forces to fight Huang. He should be killed 10,000 times. His death is not regrettable. This person's eyes were very cold, and his killing intent was very strong. Lin Tian naturally felt this killing intent and looked in the direction of this person from the Li clan. Moreover, his hearing was very sharp, so he naturally heard the whispers of the Li family. "I will kill the sun physique of your family," he said. His words were very calm, neither hurried nor slow, as if he was stating a very natural thing. His attitude undoubtedly angered the people of the Li family. Thief! The eyes of the Li family's people were cold, and the divine power in his body was boiling. He couldn't help but take a step forward. At this moment, the sword chime sounded again. It was very ear-piercing, and it stopped the Li family's people. Yi Qiqing didn't stop, and his eyes became even colder. The void outside his body distorted, and sword light appeared. Clang! 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 The sword chime continued, and suddenly, swords of light appeared beside Yi Qiqing. These swords of light were not condensed from spiritual ether. Instead, the air was affected by the sword will that Yi Qiqing emitted, and it turned into terrifying sword light. Looking at this scene, the cultivators of the Li family were shocked. The people of the Altong Holy Land were also surprised. Just by the sword will that emanated from his body, he could condense the air into swords. Such strength was indeed terrifying. The 6 people of the Taishan Holy Land all nodded secretly with smiles on their faces. All of them were very satisfied and proud. The treasure light outside Kong Yuzhou's body became even more dazzling as he looked straight ahead. Clang! Yi Qiqing took another step forward, and the sword chime became even more ear-piercing. Around him, more and more sword light appeared in the air. There were hundreds of them, and they were completely condensed by the air. They completely surrounded Yi Qiqing, as if the people were kowtowing to protect their emperor. The scene was spectacular, but it was also incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This Yi Qiqing in front of him was indeed terrifying. If Bai Qiu had not had an upper-grade fairy weapon, he would not have been a match for this person. At that time, this person was in the 5th realm of the Imperial Sky Realm. After a year, he had reached the 7th realm of the Imperial Sky Realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying, and his aura was much stronger than when he was in the Sword Tomb. Of course, he was not bad either. Compared to when he was in the Sword Tomb, his cultivation had also improved greatly. Boom! Fiery light flickered as lightning manifested, enveloping him. He was like a fiery thunder war god. He didn't move, but the space around him started to distort inch by inch. The air was affected by the fiery thunder war god, gradually becoming dry. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane formed with him as the center, sweeping in all directions. His aura was magnificent and majestic. That beast, the leader of the Taishan Holy Land, said coldly. The aura that Lin Tian exuded at this moment was no less than I Ching-'s. The fierce wind was also generated by the light of flame thunder outside Lin Tian's body. This made his eyes very cold. Kong Yuzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, and the treasure light outside his body became even more resplendent. A terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing the 18 immortal reaching realm experts to involuntarily look to the side. They were all shocked by this aura. Very strong. The leader of the Taishan, Holy Land, said in a low voice. At this time, staring at the three people in the middle, the 18 immortal reaching realm cultivators' eyes narrowed. They were the same age and had the same cultivation, but these three people's auras were more than 10 times stronger than theirs. Then, the 18 people's eyes all fell on Lin Tian. Their eyes were very cold and bone-chilling. Today this beast is destined to die here. The leader of the Li family said. Clang! Boom! Also at this time, there was a violent sound that shook all directions. In the middle, I Ching and Lin Tian moved at the same time. Before they collided, their auras had already touched each other. The sword light in the air and the hurricane condensed by the flame thunder aura intertwined, directly shattering a large area of the ground. I'll kill you with my sword. I Ching's eyes were cold. The clanging sound was endless. The sword aura was so strong that it rushed forward with I Ching as the center. In response, Lin Tianji only smiled coldly. The flame thunder aura destroyed the sword aura. I'll return the same words to you. Chapter 505. Lin Tian's expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. Back in the sword tomb, after his battle with Baiziki, I Ching and Kong Yuzhou had appeared at the same time to suppress him. He had never forgotten that. At that time, his vital essence had been exhausted. If it weren't for Bai Qiu's protection, he wouldn't have been able to resist the two of them and would have been suppressed. There was only one outcome for being suppressed: death. Humph! He snorted coldly. The aura around his body became stronger, and the light of fire and thunder shot into the sky. I Ching's eyes became sharper, and the sword momentum around his body became stronger. In an intense confrontation, the fire and thunder hurricane collided with the sword momentum. As soon as they came into contact, a large patch of green grass was destroyed. I Ching strode over and slashed at Lin Tian with his palm like a sword. This palm was not simple. It was intertwined with rich vital essence, and the edge of the vital essence was very sharp. It was like a vital essence sword blade that almost cut the space apart. Of course, this was mostly due to the strength of his physique. In the blink of an eye, the palm arrived in front of Lin Tian and slashed at his neck. Lin Tian squatted down quickly and dodged I Ching's palm. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at his opponent. Dong! The void trembled, distorted, and then collapsed. His physical strength was now so strong that it was more powerful than that of an ordinary early-stage Immortal Ascension expert. When such a punch landed, it was like a demonic mountain falling from the sky. Its power was terrifying. I Ching's expression was cold. He slashed his palm forward. Clang! It was clearly a palm, but as the palm slashed down, there was a real sword whistle, which shocked everyone. Finally, the fist and the palm collided. With a boom, the surrounding void immediately distorted. With a boom, the two of them retreated. I Ching's eyes were like swords. Without saying a word, he stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot and rushed toward Lin Tian again. Lin Tianling smiled. He was not a person who liked to talk nonsense, so he had nothing to say to I Ching. From the moment they met in the sword tomb, everything was destined. They would be enemies. Now he only needed to move forward. He only needed to kill I Ching with his sword and turn him into a corpse. The two of them were extremely fast. They didn't use any divine abilities. Their fists collided with the sword palms, causing the void to rumble. Boom! 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 As the two of them clashed, hurricanes were formed one after another. causing the green grass in the stone forest to crumble inch by inch. At the same time, under the influence of the aura from the two of them, some rocks on the ground automatically flew up into the sky, after which they were instantly crushed by the powerful aura from the two of them, turning into dust that drifted away. Crack! Finally, the void could no longer endure the battle between the two. With a crisp sound, a clear crack appeared. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had clashed for dozens of breaths. After a few dozen breaths of time, the two of them unleashed their final attacks at the same time. Then they separated, each retreating dozens of feet away. "You've become stronger." A cold light flashed in I-Ching-'s eyes. "But you can't," Lin Tianling said. However, even though he said so, he was a little surprised. He had never really fought with I-Ching, who was in the flight realm, but he could feel I-Ching's strength from the last battle between I-Ching and Baiqiu. Now he found that I-Ching was even more terrifying. His physical strength seemed to be no weaker than his. I-Ching's eyes suddenly turned cold. Without saying anything more, he approached in an instant. "Today I'll kill you here." In response, Lin Tianji sneered. "Back then, she only suppressed you in the fairy artifact. You were lucky. Today you won't be so lucky," he said indifferently. His words were calm, but everyone understood what he meant. Their faces darkened. Now he wouldn't just suppress I-Ching like Baiqiu. Instead, he would kill I-Ching. I-Ching's eyes became even colder. They were as terrifying as swords. When he took a step forward, the entire space screamed. This was the fluctuation of vital essence, but also the fluctuation of sword momentum. Lin Tianling snorted and also took a step forward. His violent vital essence turned into a flame and thunder aura that rushed up and shook the sky. Boom! As the two powerhouses collided, an astonishing true essence fluctuation spread out in the first instant, shaking the entire earth. The two of them attacked again and again. The sword radiance and the flame and thunder light intertwined. It was a bit dazzling and foggy. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Gradually, their speed became faster and faster. They almost turned into shadows as they fought. During this process, they still didn't use any martial arts techniques. More often than not, they fought with their bodies. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. With a bang, the shadows all over the sky dissipated. A figure was beaten out, looking a little embarrassed. I-Ching. The 6 people from the Taishan Holy Land were all shocked. The person who was beaten out was I-Ching. His right hand was trembling slightly. The skin between his thumb and forefinger had cracked, and bright, red blood flowed out. Not enough. Lin Tianling's voice sounded. He stared at I-Ching, his eyes indifferent and emotionless. Although his current cultivation was not as good as I-Ching's, in terms of pure physical strength, he was still stronger than I-Ching. In this stone forest, the wind was even stronger. The people from the Taishan Holy Land all stared coldly at Lin Tianling, full of murderous intent. "Now, are you afraid? Are you afraid that your trash sacred son will be killed by me? So you want to kill me together?" Lin Tian said coldly. The people from the Taishan Holy Land looked even colder, and the murderous intent in their eyes grew stronger. "Little bastard, don't be arrogant. You're just a little stronger. On the path of cultivation, physical strength is not as important as vital essence and divine power. Under the Taishan Great Sword, you can only die," several people said. Lin Tianling responded with deep disdain. "No means no. Why do you have to find so many excuses? This will only make your clan's trash holy son look even worse." He sneered. The faces of the people from the Taishan Holy Land darkened. They felt that Lin Tianling's words were too sharp. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of the sword was so harsh that it made people's souls tremble. I-Ching looked at Lin Tianling, and his eyes grew colder. The sword while outside his body grew stronger. His right hand was bleeding, but he didn't care at all. He slowly grasped the hilt of the great sword and slowly pulled it out. This sword was very unusual. The body of the sword was engraved with dense inscriptions, which appeared in the air and shone with cold light. It was a killing sword. I Ching shook the long sword, and for a moment the sky was filled with sword radiance. These sword radiances were not ordinary sword radiances, but the Taishan Great Sword, ancient scripture of the Taishan Holy Land. They contained the power of divine power. As the sword lights appeared, the void rumbled. The streaks of sword chi seemed to have turned into divine dragons. Wherever they passed, the grass on the ground would be cut into pieces. Sword scars would appear on the ground. Lin Tianling looked calm. He used the divining divine skill, and suddenly thousands of killing swords appeared outside his body, all of them cold. The divine spirit, sword of 10,000 killing. The eyes of the leader of the Li family turned cold. The dozens of people from the Taishan Holy Land and the Altong Holy Land also narrowed their eyes. Lin Tianling was using the Li family skill. Clang, clang, clang. In this stone forest, the sword radiances were extremely harsh and reverberated. Lin Tianling's mind moved, and all the killing swords behind him rushed out and slashed at I Ching. At the same time, I Ching's Taishan sword radiance also arrived. The two sword radiances collided and intertwined, filling the sky with sparks. Neither was weaker than the other. Taishan Earth Sword. The cold voice was harsh. With a clang, the long sword in I Ching's hand became illusory. As he danced, the whole stone forest trembled. Stone swords suddenly rushed out from the ground, and the grass was constantly shattered. This was a general trend. As far as the eye could see, it was almost impossible to stand on the ground in the middle of the battlefield. The stone swords that had rushed out from the ground were like swords as they madly shot up, causing huge cracks to appear on the ground. Lin Tian was completely trapped in the center. Taishan Earth Sword, one of the three strongest supernatural powers of the Taishan Holy Land. He actually used this skill directly. A person from the Altong Holy Land whispered, "It seems that he doesn't underestimate that beast anymore." A person from the Li family said. With a clang, the Taishan Earth Sword was unfolded, and the dense stone swords rushed out as if the stone and soil were forcibly turned into swords. It was very terrifying. Lin Tianling's eyes narrowed. The Taishan Great Sword of the Taishan Holy Land was famous for its killing power in the second heaven, and this skill made him feel threatened. Therefore, he naturally would not be careless. His figure flickered, and he directly rose from the ground and flew toward the sky. However, although he was not careless, he did not have any scruples. His face was still indifferent. Standing in the void, a divine shadow appeared behind him. It was the arcane skill of the Bai family's great immortal king. He activated the great immortal king's arcane skill with the divining divine technique, covering his entire body. Then, the divine shadow raised its hand and slapped down. At the same time, he supported the barren heaven world and the divine rumble palace together and enveloped I Ching. This was an astonishing collision. One of the three strongest treasured skills of the Taishan Holy Land against the great immortal king's arcane skill of the two kings' regions and the Bai family. For a time, the sky was full of brilliance. Looking around, the stone swords that I Ching had summoned were shattered one by one, and they were sent flying by the great immortal king's divine shadow. At the same time, the divine shadow was also cracking and shattering inch by inch. After a few breaths, two figures flew out, and blood splashed in the air. I Ching's Taishan Earth Sword was shattered. His clothes were torn, and the flesh on his shoulder was crushed. In the other direction, Lin Tianling was not much better. His chest was stained with blood, and there was a deep sword wound. Not bad. Very good. This way, It will be interesting to kill you. At that time, your blood will not stain my sword." I Ching-Ching's eyes were sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, an even more astonishing sword will spread out, completely enveloping the void within a radius of dozens of feet. Lin Tianling's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were indifferent. "You will be killed by me." He said it very calmly. With a boom, an even stronger aura rushed out of his body, and violent vital essence swept out in all directions. "Human sword." At this time, I Ching-Ching's voice sounded. Suddenly, a dense number of I Ching appeared in the void. Each of them held a cold sword and closed in from all directions, crazily slashing at Lin Tianling. For a time, the astonishing sword momentum swept up terrifying hurricanes, and the sky changed color. It seemed to be much darker, as if it was about to be cut by this sword momentum. Chapter 506. The sword radiance was densely packed, and one after another, I Ching-Ching's figure filled the whole space. Each one seemed to be real. Clang! The sound of the sword was shocking, and the void cracked inch by inch. This was a terrible scene. With Lin Tian as the center, all directions were completely occupied by I Ching-Ching's figure. There were occasional gaps, but they were very small. Every single one of these figures had the same cold expression. It was as if all of them were real. They descended from the sky and charged towards Lin Tian in a frenzy. Taishian human sword. Every wisp of spiritual ether or divine power can turn into a figure, and it is difficult to recognize it with divine sense. The leader of the Taishian Holy Land said, looking very satisfied. This was one of the 3 most powerful, precious skills of the Taishian Holy Land. Its power was naturally very terrible. Not many people in the entire Taishian Holy Land could comprehend it. Now, I Ching was so young, but he had already comprehended this skill to such an extent. How could they not be happy? This sword is enough to kill him. Of course, even if it can't kill him, it will be enough to seriously injure him and make him lose the ability to resist. The other cultivators of the Taishian Holy Land nodded. Clang! 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 The figures all over the sky surged. I Ching-Ching's Taishian human sword directly surrounded Lin Tian, firmly encircling him. In the middle, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. "Do you really think you're the only one with so many figures?" His voice was very cold. With a boom, a majestic force rushed out of his body. The next moment, the world suddenly roared without wind, and illusory figures appeared one by one around Lin Tian. All of a sudden, a soul shadow let out a roar and smashed dozens of I Ching-Ching's soul shadows into pieces, causing a dozen cracks to appear in the void. This is one of the 3 profound magical skills of the Bai family, Thousand Guiding God. How is this possible? This is the Bai family's profound magical skill. How could he know it? The 18 people all changed their expressions. Boom! More and more soul shadows appeared. In the blink of an eye, there were over 1,000 of them. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Back then, in order to bring Bai Ziki out, he had ventured into the Bai clan's divine region with him. When they encountered the 1,000 attraction divine techniques projection, they were completely powerless. At that time, Bai Ziki had personally imparted the Bai clan's paragon technique to him. Even though it wasn't of much use back then, he had still managed to learn this arcana technique. At this moment, he displayed this precious skill, transforming into 1,000 terrifying soul shadows to deal with I Ching-Ching's Taishian human sword. As far as the eye could see, the void was completely filled with figures. There were figures of I Ching and Qian Han. The sword whistled, and the 1,000 souls roared. As the 2 divine skills clashed, their shadows shattered one after another, making crisp sounds. At the same time, they also created a terrifying hurricane that swept out in all directions. The collision lasted for dozens of breaths. After dozens of breaths, Yi Qiqing's Taishian human sword was shattered. Lin Tian's thousand attraction divine techniques projection of Qian Hun also dissipated. The two figures appeared. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, and their eyes were cold. You can actually block the human sword. This is beyond my imagination, Yi Qiqing said. Staring at Lin Tian, the sword essence in Yi Qiqing's eyes became even more shocking. The sword in his hand became even more terrifying. You just blocked it. Lin Tianling smiled. Yi Qiqing held his long sword and looked at Lin Tian with a threatening gaze. However, the next moment he suddenly changed his expression and looked to the side. At this time, on his right shoulder, there was a lotus petal of black and white floating in the air, making him suddenly feel a great threat. So he directly stepped to the left. It's too late, Lin Tianling said. When he released the thousand attraction divine technique, he also secretly released a lotus petal from his sea of consciousness so that it floated in the air. It would be difficult to find it if one did not carefully search for it. At this moment, he moved his mind, and the black and white lotus petal suddenly attacked Yi Qiqing. It was so fast that it almost ignored space in a short distance and instantly pierced into Yi Qiqing's head. Yi Qiqing trembled violently, and the next moment he let out a scream. Qiqing! The people of Taishian, Holy Land, all changed their expressions. With a swoosh, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Silver light surged under Lin Tian's feet, and he immediately followed up with a punch. This punch landed firmly on Yi Qiqing's cheek. Bang! Yi Qiqing was sent flying and directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian's face was indifferent. He moved with the yin and yang liang, leaving afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Qiqing again. Bang! 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 He did not show any mercy. One punch after another landed on Yi Qiqing's body, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yi Qiqing screamed and was beaten by Lin Tian until he coughed up blood. After a few breaths, he let out a roar. Sword qi was emitted from every pore of his body. Taishian, sword of the gods. With a boom, tiny streams of sword qi flowed out of every pore of Yi Qiqing's body, causing the entire void to rumble and creak. Lin Tian's face changed slightly, and he suddenly felt threatened. He stopped attacking and stepped back with the yin and yang liang. At this moment, the air around him suddenly vibrated and turned into dense sword light, piercing toward him. This sword light really appeared suddenly and was right next to Lin Tian. There was no chance for him to dodge. Kill! Yi Qiqing roared. Blood was dripping from his mouth, but his eyes were very cold. Clang! 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 Ear-piercing sword chimes reverberated in the air as more and more sword lights appeared. They were densely packed as they shot towards Lin Tian like a rain of swords. Moreover, in this process, some of the dim light condensed into a huge sword that was more than 10 feet long. The sword gave off a somewhat frightening fluctuation, as if a real divine sword from the celestial realm had been slashed out from the eternal unknown. In the blink of an eye, the boundless sword light completely drowned Lin Tian. The Taishian, sword of the gods, draws vital essence and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so that even the air can be turned into a killing sword that can cut through everything. The leader of the Taishian Holy Land said coldly, "That attack has indeed struck that bastard. It has already drowned it. It can only turn into a bloody pulp." Of course, no soul can live under the Taishian, sword of the gods. Several elders of the Taishian Holy Land said coldly. The sonorous sound of the sword continued to reverberate. Under the guidance of Yi Qiqing, it kept slashing forward, shattering pieces of the void. Staring ahead, Kong Yuzhou's eyes flashed with divine light. Is there no chance for me to make a move? This man was very powerful. The void around him became distorted and gradually returned to normal. There was a terrible fluctuation intertwined. Don't worry, you won't be lonely. A voice sounded. With a boom, in front of them, where Lin Tian had been standing, the bright light of the sun rushed up and knocked away all the killing swords that were slashing toward him. Lin Tian stood calmly where he was. A divine sea surrounded him, and a sun rushed up emitting scorching light. At the most critical moment just now, he couldn't dodge in time and directly supported the Sun Body King's domain. Sun Si, the Li family people were shocked and angry. Kong Yuzhou stared at Lin Tian. The light on the surface of his body became even brighter, and two frightening beams of light shot out from his eyes. Yi Qiqing's face was cold, and the long sword in his hand roared fiercely. Under the Taishan divine sword, Lin Tian didn't die in that situation, just now. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The light around him flowed, supporting the divine Roar Palace and the barren heaven realm. Then the three-leaf clover sea, the barren mountain, the divine weapon bell, the place where Lord Daorin comprehended the way, the blood-colored crack, and others were summoned by him one after another, completely blocking Yi Qiqing's Taishan divine sword. It was useless against him. One-on-one is too troublesome. His expression was cold. With a wave of his hand, the three-leaf clover sea shook and all of them surged. Suddenly, vines grew out and closed in on Kong Yuzhou. In the sword tomb, you came together. Now in the stone forest, you came together. Now you can come together and end your lives at the same time. The three-leaf clover sea shook and turned into vines and leaves. They surrounded Kong Yuzhou and dragged him into the battlefield. Arrogant. You're courting death. The faces of the people from the Wantong sacred ground were cold. Lin Tian was fighting the sacred son of the Taishan sacred ground, and now he was dragging their sacred son into the battlefield. In the eyes of the 6 people from the Wantong sacred ground, he was too arrogant. This beast, he's courting death. The people from the Taishan sacred ground also looked cold. The 6 people from the Li family snorted, and their eyes were also cold. However, unlike the people from the Wantong sacred ground and the Taishan sacred ground, they snorted coldly in their hearts. Lin Tian was so arrogant that he had dragged the chosen of the Wantong sacred ground into the battle. In their opinion, this was an extremely good thing. After all, Yi Qiqing and Kong Yuzhou's battle strength would definitely be stronger when they joined forces. In this way, it would naturally be more likely for the 2 of them to kill Lin Tian rather than Yi Qiqing alone. Kong Yuzhou was dragged into the battlefield, and his face suddenly darkened. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Yuzhou's hand shook, and he directly displayed the 1,000 deaths attracting the moon, pressing down on Lin Tian mightily. This magic was a powerful secret technique in the Wantong sacred ground's ancient scripture, the Wantong sacred ground. It was very powerful, and when cultivated to the extreme, it was said to be able to guide the power of the stars and moon to condense into an immortal killing light. It was very terrifying. Taishan, immortal sword, cut! Yi Qiqing's voice sounded at the right time. Both of them were sacred sons of the sacred ground. Their cultivation was at the 7th level of the imperial sky realm, and they were among the young sovereigns of the same generation. Their combat strength was very terrifying, and now that they were working together to kill Lin Tian, it was even more terrifying. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the light of the 2's supernatural powers had almost completely confined the space in all directions, causing the void to creak. Lin Tian was not afraid at all. His eyes were bright, and the black hair in front of his forehead danced wildly. He stared at Yi Qiqing and said coldly, I'll borrow your words from before. It's more interesting to kill the 2 of you like this. It won't dirty my hands. With a boom, the light between his eyebrows shone brightly, and a black and white lotus sea appeared. Every lotus petal trembled, like a black and white sword blade sweeping through the world. Chapter 507. Black and white lotus petals fluttered in the air. They were so dense that they looked like snowflakes floating with lotus petals. In an instant, the void began to buzz as terrifying ripples began to spread out. "You think too highly of yourself," Kong Yuzhou said coldly. Lin Tian actually said that it would be interesting to kill the two of them together, so as not to dirty his hands. Yi Qiqing's eyes turned cold, and the sword in his hand became sharper. Lin Tian actually used his words against him. Boom! Clang! The two of them attacked at the same time. All kinds of precious techniques, Taishan sword, and ancient scriptures of the two holy lands were all pushed to the limit. For a moment, the space rumbled and trembled, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and the light between his eyebrows became brighter. Buzz! The black and white lotus petals rolled crazily, completely covering the space within a radius of dozens of feet. At this moment, he pushed the yin-yang lotus sea in his sea of consciousness to the peak state, turning it into a storm of lotus petals that pressed down on the two of them. Kong Yuzhou and Yi Qiqing activated their paragon skills at the same time, but in the next moment their expressions changed. Their paragon skills were actually useless. The black and white lotus petals ignored all obstacles and directly passed through their divine light to slash at them. Sea of consciousness anomaly. Kong Yuzhou snorted. The next moment, a fairy forest rushed out behind him. The light and fog were hazy, and there were vines dancing like giant snakes. It looked a little gloomy and strange. Clang! The sound of swords clanged, and a huge stone tablet propped up behind Yi Qiqing. The stone tablet was full of swords, and the sword chi was threatening. Sea of consciousness anomaly, immortal forest snake vines. Sea of consciousness anomaly, immortal sword tablet. Lin Tianling smiled. He was not surprised that the two of them controlled the sea of consciousness anomaly. No one would believe that those who could compete with the desolate Demon King physique did not control the sea of consciousness anomaly. Therefore, he had expected this scene. Therefore, after seeing this scene, his expression did not change at all, and he still had a cold smile on his face. With a single thought, the black and white lotus petals outside his body surged even more violently, as if they were a sea wave that was about to drown the two of them. Kong Yuzhou's eyes were indifferent. The immortal Lin Tian snake vines rushed out, colliding together with the black-white lotus petals. At the same time, some other snake vines rushed towards Lin Tian herself. The green buds at the ends of the vines flickered with an eerie light, appearing very unusual. Slash! A cold voice sounded. Behind Yi Qiqing, the sword steel rushed out. Many swords were pulled out, breaking through the air as if they were going to cut down everything. Boom! As the three sea of consciousness anomalies collided with each other, powerful fluctuations spread out, shocking the 18 celestial-reaching realm experts. Despite being only in the airborne realm, the combat prowess of those three was more than enough to kill many of them. Kill! 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 Three cold voices rang out, and the strange phenomena in the sea of consciousness collided. The three of them collided with each other with their real bodies. Kong Yuzhou used the profound divine art of the all-access sacred ground. Divine palaces appeared around him, and a figure stood up in each of the divine palaces. Lightning seemed to interweave in their eyes as they opened and closed. It was terrifying. The sword in Yi Qiqing's hand shook, and the Taishan immortal sword slashed out again. The sharp killing intent was terrifying. The two of them worked together, and the power of their supernatural powers blended together, heading towards Lin Tiansha in a mighty manner. Lin Tianling snorted, and the Bai family's 1,000 induction mystic technique was unleashed. 1,000 souls manifested and roared in unison. At the same time, his hands moved, and the divining divine art was pushed to the limit. The barren heaven realm, the divine cry temple, and the sun ocean all appeared. Boom! For a time, within a range of 100 feet, the sky was trembling. The void cracked and then shattered. Spatial turbulence swept out. It was dark silver in color, and terrifying fluctuations lingered around it. Such a scene made the faces of the 18 immortal ascension cultivators turn solemn. He had such a cultivation realm at such a young age, and such combat strength at such a cultivation realm. No matter which aspect it was, he was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than them at the same age. They stared at Lin Tianling, and their eyes were extremely cold. No matter what, we have to kill this little bastard today. We have to kill him. These people once again felt the terror of Lin Tianling. If they didn't kill Lin Tianling now, when Lin Tianling really grew up, it would definitely be a great disaster, and there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom! In the sky, the three of them fought crazily. Supernatural powers, secret techniques, martial arts, movement techniques, and physical strength collided again and again. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. At this time, as far as the eye could see, beams of divine light crisscrossed, and transparent airwaves spread out in circles from time to time. Lin Tianling clashed with Kong Yuzhou and Yi Qiqing barehanded. They fought until the void distorted and shattered inch by inch. Kong Yuzhou and Yi Qiqing were not weak. As young supreme beings, they naturally lived up to their reputation. Kong Yuzhou's control of supernatural powers and treasured techniques had reached the point of perfection. Yi Qiqing's sword momentum was even more fierce. The sword in his hand swung as if it had truly turned into a peerless killing weapon. The sword waves were terrifying. Lin Tianling used the divining divine art. The king's territory shook, and it suppressed the two of them. At the same time, he stepped on the yin and yang liang, and with each step he closed in on Kong Yuzhou and directly smashed down with a punch. This punch was so powerful that it crushed a part of the space on the spot. Kong Yuzhou's supernatural powers were shattered, and his chest was hit head-on. He directly spat out a mouthful of essence and blood and flew backward awkwardly. However, in the process of flying backward, an obscure killing light rushed out from his hand and brushed past Lin Tianling's shoulder. It almost cut off one of Lin Tianling's shoulders, and a large amount of blood sputtered in the air. At this time, Yi Qiqing's sword arrived with a clang. There was only one ray of sword light, but it contained the power of absolute killing, and it was close to Lin Tianling, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. At this time, this sword was difficult to avoid at this time. Good. The people of the Taishan Holy Land shouted. This sword was very amazing. Lin Tianling's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he also felt the horror of this sword, and it was indeed difficult to avoid. He stared at Yi Qiqing, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he could not avoid it, he did not bother to do so, and directly closed in on Yi Qiqing. Poof! Blood rushed out, and his abdomen was directly penetrated by this sword. Very good, someone from the Taishan Holy Land said again. However, in the next moment, some people's expressions changed. After Lin Tianling's abdomen was penetrated, his speed did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Qiqing. This scene made everyone feel threatened. Qiqing, back off. Someone shouted. Yi Qiqing naturally felt the danger and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Tianling's speed was extremely fast. His right hand was like a dragon's claw, and he directly clasped Yi Qiqing's left arm and pulled hard. With a poof, blood spurted out, and Yi Qiqing's left arm was torn off. Qiqing! The 6 people of the Taishan Holy Land all turned pale. At the same time, the experts of the Wantong Holy Land and the Li family were also shocked. This beast! Under such circumstances, he can still fight back and seriously injure the holy son of the Taishan Holy Land. The eyes of the people of the Li family were cold. Staring at this scene, these people's murderous intent towards Lin Tianling intensified. Lin Tianling was not only strong, but also ruthless. He was ruthless to his enemies and to himself. This kind of person was the most dangerous. Ah! Yi Qiqing roared. Even a strong cultivator like him found it difficult to bear having his arm torn off. After all, it was an arm. Most importantly, this was a huge humiliation for the arrogant young Supreme Being. Violent, vital essence rushed out of his body, and the sword hummed. The murderous intent intertwined, and the vision in his sea of consciousness shook wildly. "It's time to end this," Kong Yujo shouted. His hands moved as he activated the strongest treasure technique of the Wantong Holy Ground. The space around them became hazy as white fog interweaved in all directions. Within this white fog, immortal mountains appeared one after another. Each of these immortal mountains seemed to be real, and as soon as they appeared, they emitted a heart-palpitating fluctuation. The two young Supreme Beings stood together, and their murderous intent and magical light merged, turning into a monstrous wave. This monstrous wave mercilessly pressed towards Lin Tianling. It could be said to be a fatal blow. Facing this blow, a hurricane swept out. The black hair on Lin Tianling's forehead danced wildly, but his eyes were incomparably cold. "Indeed, it's time to end this," he said coldly. He raised his hands and formed a seal at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Suddenly, a silver Tao diagram appeared, spinning slowly and buzzing. Then, in the next moment, a second silver diagram appeared on top of this silver Tao diagram. The two Tao diagrams overlapped, and a sacred power quickly spread out in all directions, magical and misty. Chi! 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 A light sound came out, and the magical light of Kong Yujo and I Ching collapsed inch by inch. They were silently swallowed by the two silver Tao diagrams and could not be stopped. The two silver Tao diagrams shrouded an area of more than 100 feet. It was vast and mighty, like a celestial diagram descending from the ninth heaven. Wherever it passed, all the murderous light was annihilated, and all the divine light dissipated. This is... The secret techniques of those two are useless? They dissipated. How is that possible? The 18 people were all shocked. One had to know that Kong Yujo and I Ching were the strongest techniques of the Wantong Holy Land and Taishan Holy Land, and they also included the vision of their respective knowledge seas. How could such power be dissipated so easily? On the battlefield, Kong Yujo and I Ching were naturally even more shocked. Their techniques had disappeared silently. "What did you do? What is this?" Kong Yujo exclaimed. Lin Tianling smiled and did not say anything at all. He raised his right hand and pressed down on Kong Yujo and I Ching through the air. Buzz! The two silver Tao diagrams buzzed, and an even stronger silver brilliance came crashing down, enveloping both of them.